Hello, hello, hello. It is officially the last live stream in 2024. What? I actually forgot what year it was then. Just excuse that complete mind blank that I just had. It is officially the last live stream in 2024, which is absolutely bananas to me. Hello, hello. How is everyone doing? Is everyone okay? I hope that you are good. Oh, thank you so much, Bresky. Thank you. Yeah, that's absolutely boggled my mind today. I am completely stunned. I went to type it on Instagram and I'm like, wait, is it actually the last live stream? I'm like, of course it is. It's December. It's the last live stream. So I hope that you're all prepared for Yule. It is literally just around the corner, depending on when you celebrate it. And today we're back for another live stream. These are my Witchcraft Q&As where I cover a whole bunch of different questions on loads of different topics, whatever it is that you are interested in learning about. You essentially guide where the live stream is going to go and the kind of topics that we cover, which I really, really enjoy. So there will be a little Q&A tab thing. My hair was nice and then I did something to it and I ruined it. There is a little Q&A tab, there should be anyway, at the top of the chat where you can click where I've said any questions for the stream can go here. That should open up a Q&A tab where you can put any of your particular questions. And as always, I am just one person. I try to go through this as quickly and as effectively as I can. So please be patient. It does take me a while to get through questions, so try not to repeat where possible. Okay, with that being said, let's see where everyone is from. I always like getting to do this. So what have we got? We've got Montana, Slovakia, Ohio, Connecticut. We've got Southern Arizona, West Midlands, Arkansas, Connecticut, New York, Germany, Ukraine, Detroit, Ireland, Portugal, Missouri, Czech Republic, Ireland, Washington, Pennsylvania, another island, lots from Ireland tonight, Tennessee, Oregon. Ooh, oh, it jumped. Oh, maybe that's a sign of what's to come if it's already started jumping. UK, but originally from Brazil, Minnesota, Suffolk, Delaware, Belgium, Missouri, Arkansas, South Wales, New Jersey, Pacific Northwest, USA, Hawaii, Michigan, Finland, Canada, Northern Indiana. Oh, so many places from so many people. I always think this is so cool. So we already had some questions in kind of before the stream even started. So I think I'm going to start going through those. And yeah, feel free to add. I'll try to bounce around between the live chat and the Q&A. And where I can, I'll try and answer like matching questions as we go along. I'm never entirely sure how's best to do the Q&As because sometimes people prefer it when I'm like answering like similar questions all in one go. Some people prefer it when it is chronological. Let me know what you prefer, but I'm going to try and do an interesting mix of the two. Maybe, hopefully, we'll see. This could be a complete disaster. But I do have a little pile of books next to me that I already kind of gathered from the questions that I saw so that I wouldn't be attempting to dig them out. So let's see if I can get the Q&A up. I have to use two different pages to be able to do this because it does not like me doing it all on one. So let's get going. At the very, very top, we hear it. That words are already failing me today. If I jumble over my words today, please excuse it. I have the worst brain fog. See what I mean? That's what I'm talking about today. So if there's just like I just go silent for a minute, it's probably because I'm attempting to figure out what the next word is meant to be, and I am not always successful. So let's hope that doesn't disrupt the stream. There we go again. I had it again. Okay, so up first we have, what is your favourite thing to study? So my favourite thing is typically historic witchcraft. So this could be words. Oh no, this is what the stream is gonna be like. I'm usually so good with my words. So it could be like proper history, or it could be like historical adaptations on witchcraft. So for instance, an answer to one of the questions that's going to come up in a minute, I like reading the work of Ronald Hutton. It's very dense, it's very intense, it's very history focused, and so I really enjoy that. But then I will equally enjoy the works of, say, Gemma Gary or Lee Morgan, where they are a little bit more traditional witchcraft focused. So they are taking historical information and inspiration and they are applying it into a modern setting. Those ones are typically my favorite because I tend to prefer traditional folk witchcraft over, say, more modern styles. That's not to say that modern styles are bad or ineffective or anything. It's just what I've kind of found myself preferring. So that's mainly what I enjoy learning. Now, I will read just about anything and my collection tends to be very varied, but I typically end up always going back to like the same categories. I like branch out for a little while and I like, oh, I'll try a little bit of mirror magic here, or a little bit of elemental witchcraft there, and then I'm like, do I want to read The Witch for the third time? Yes I do. So then I'll go back to what I normally do. Oh, can you recommend? Oh, are you kidding me? I forgot the one book that I was going to grab on this. I'm going to rush and grab a book really quick because I forgot it. The question was, for anyone who is wondering, can you recommend a good beginner book for tarot? I do Oracle, but have recently become interested in learning tarot. And I would love to know what your favourite beginner books for tarot are for your practice, while I go and grab the book that I was meant to grab and completely forgot because my brain is not working tonight. Okay, let's see how quickly I can do this. Found it. I literally walked past it on the way in and went, I need to remember to grab that, and then I didn't. And for anyone wondering what the racket is, I have 2 different sets of witch bells on my door, and they annoy everyone that comes into my house because anytime you walk in and out of that door, they rattle and they go absolutely bonkers. So my favourite book is actually one, I got this as a gift, which is crazy to me. This is by Hay House Basics, and it is called Tarot, Learn How to Read and Interpret the Cards by Kim Arnold. This is the one that I have kind of stuck with. I have been given like several books on tarot over the years, and this is the one that I find a really good base level. Now, of course, you can add more onto it, so like you can work more with the numerology and all of this kind of symbolism in the cards, but for a real basic kind of deck book, I really like this one. Plus it works with the Rider-Waite-Smith system, which is the deck that I primarily work with, though of course pretty much all books on tarot are going to be decent. It's then about how you apply it into your own practice. All of that effort just to just for that little tiny section. But yeah, let's have a look. I plan on doing a cord cutting spell for someone with that person's permission. Do the candles need to be attached by the wick? If not, how would I work it? So cord cuttings can be done in lots of ways. If you're using candles, I mean, the way that I do it is specific because we make the candles for that style of working. You can do it with 2... I don't even have examples of the candles around me because I tidied. Why do I do that? Just 2 standard taper candles, just dinner candles that you can find, and then around them you would bind a cord, probably something like jute thread, the kind of like gardener's cord. Ideally, you don't want something that has a lot of chemicals or plastics or anything in it. You want it to be just plain jute cord. You would charge it with your intention as a representation of the bindings between 2 people. You would bind the 2 candles once each of those candles have been like named for the individual parties involved. And then once you're happy with it being secured, you would burn the candles. And if you're lucky, the cord that is like entwined between the 2 candles will burn when it reaches the flames. If not, you can light it with a match or something. Some people will also use a set of scissors to like snip it. For anyone who, I don't remember what movie this is from. Is it from Hercules? When the Fates snip the red string of life. Does anyone get that reference? I've forgotten what it's from. You can use scissors in a similar way where you are essentially severing the energetic ties with Hercules. Yes, it is Hercules. Okay, with a set of scissors. That's kind of the perfect representation for it, is that idea of like snipping the red thread of fate from Hercules. So yeah, you can do it like that. You can do it with poppets in the same way. So you can create 2 poppets for the 2 individual people. They can be made of paper, and then on them you can put like photos of the people, names, and then you can bind them with a thread and snip it in the exact same way. More of a symbolic way of doing it, where you can then bury the 2 parts separately, if that's something that you want to do as well. But yeah, with 2 candles, the wicks don't have to be connected. They just need to be severed in some way. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Amy. Thank you. Oh my goodness. That is incredible. Thank you so much for your support. And at the very start too, you don't even know if I'm any good yet. I might completely butcher this and you wouldn't know. Okay, where was I? Any recent book recommendations? So, I have a few, right? But I will be honest, a lot of them are not... They aren't necessarily witchy themed. They are kind of a little bit more outside of the box. So this is what I got the pile of books for. So of course we have The Witch by Ronald Hutton. Now I started rereading this for the purpose of both Discovery of Witches and Agatha All Along, because there's a lot of crossovers in this book that I wanted to kind of double check and clarify, especially Discovery of Witches. That is coming at some point when I can get around to it. So this one is one of Ronald Hutton's probably most famous books. There are obviously many that he's done, but this is the one that's most well recognized now, I think. At least it's the one I hear people talking about the most. Now, Professor Ronald Hutton is a very, very interesting man. If you were to imagine an English lecturer at a university, he very much fits the bill to a T. There are several documentaries that he's done. He's a really, really interesting man. I've had the pleasure of hearing him speak a few times now, and he could talk about anything. Like, he could talk to me about why 3-ply toilet paper is better than 2-ply, and I would listen. He's that kind of a public speaker. But his works are often very, very dense. So if you don't want super kind of academic adjacent work, then his work might be a little bit too much. And it's the complaint that I hear the most about people wanting an easy read and getting essentially an academic paper bound in a book. But this is all about how the witch came to prominence. Wow, my brain really didn't like that word. How the witch came to prominence and an often painful death in early modern Europe, yet her origins are much older and more geographically diverse. In this landmark book, Ronald Hutton traces witchcraft from the ancient world to the present day via the stakes, sorcerers, and superstitions that have come to define her image. So it is essentially about how the witch trials occurred. So like the entire first section is seeing how the historic witch trials that we see in early modern Europe and North America have played out in the last kind of the last 100 to 150 years in other parts around the world, and how we can see similarities between the trials and events that are happening, say in, I'm trying to think of one that was really, really recognizable. Mostly in Africa, actually, and kind of this modern resurgence of the witch trials, how a lot of the beliefs are actually almost identical to what was seen in the past, how the stereotype of the witch follows set patterns and where it comes from and the identifying characteristics. So this is not necessarily about historical magical practitioners. This is about the icon of the witch and how that is seen in society and in culture around the world. And I think that's really interesting. So if you're wanting a book that teaches you how to practice witchcraft, this is not it. This is instead a dense read about kind of witch trials and how witch hysteria kind of has occurred around the world. Super interesting read, isn't going to be for everyone. The next one I've almost finished. I say almost, I'm like 2/3 of the way through. I'm getting there. I spoke about this last month. This is Into the Uncanny by Danny Robbins. It is all about ghost stories, and I'm on the section that's about UFOs at the minute, which I think is really, really interesting. He works with the BBC, I believe, and he did a podcast called Uncanny with Danny Robbins. And he covers like loads of people's like ghost stories and unusual mystery events. And I just love this kind of stuff. I love hearing people's stories. So this one's good if you like that kind of thing. I would like opinions if anyone has any. Oh, actually, one more that I have finished reading recently that I do really like. It's called The Green Stone. Now, I got this in the local library and I knew nothing about it. And it is essentially, it's described as being a true story of this group of people. It started out with just a couple of men, but it grew into this much, much bigger thing where they were guided to find what was believed to be a very, very ancient artifact through psychic mediums, and how loads of people all across the British Isles started having the same psychic premonitions, psychic visions, and the story of the kind of half a decade or more long adventure that this group of people took to find the Green Stone. Now, some people believe it is complete fantasy, some people take it as gospel truth. I suspect it's probably somewhere in between, but I did think it was a really interesting read. And then I've just gotten these two books. This is Widdershins, and I've also just got Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies, which I'm going to check out and give a go. I've got no idea what they're going to be like yet, but I thought those were interesting, and so you might find them interesting too. Right, let's have a look-see. What is your view of science and psychology in witchcraft being involved and incorporated? I actually think it's very, very beneficial, and I am alarmed when people don't. Well, okay, no, I'm not alarmed when people don't. I'm alarmed when people actively reject science and psychology. Just gonna put that out there. If you are wanting me to be a channel where I am like, don't do this with your children and don't do this with modern medicine and anti-vax this and anti-vax that, you are not going to find it here. I am very much firmly in the camp of science and psychology are incredibly important. Modern medicine is life-changing and life-saving for so many people, and I think that it's important that we can thread it into our magical practice. And I think some people would say that makes me less of a practitioner because I don't go full force into it, but I do truly believe that there is a case for blending things together in life to make it work for us as individuals. So for me, I like the idea that shadow work is done alongside working with a therapist. I love the idea that people are casting spells on their medicine before they take it in the morning. I love the fact that people are combining things that we recognize as being magical and they are incorporating it into things that can help them medicinally. I think that's really important. And I do think it is doubly important today when we have there's so much discourse about it, and I think it can definitely polarize the magical community. I mean, everyone's free to do whatever they like, but I'm never going to tell anyone to stop doing something like take their medicine or stop going to the doctor. I'm never going to do that because for me, they are very much one and the same incorporated together. I mean, one can essentially be an extension of the other. A lot of the plants that were used magically and historically for certain properties have been shown to have those properties in a medicinal sense. There's definitely a crossover in a way that they can work together. And actually, I'm still tempted to get that book, The Neuroscience of Tarot, which I spoke about on the last book release video. I'm so tempted, even though my to-be-read pile is blooming huge. Right. Oh, I have forgotten to set the questions at the top. Let me just have a look. Here we go. There we go. Is that better? Okay, let's see. I was wondering if there are any really good books on English folk magic. I'm trying to research my ancestors' regions regarding their folk traditions, and England is one of them. Okay, yes and no. And I think context is necessary here. So you are not likely to find a book that is dedicated to just kind of historical magical practice. There's definitely some out there, but it's possibly going to be different than you are expecting, or at least when I talk to people about it, people tend to be quite shocked about it. So when we're looking historically at English, British, whatever classification you want to put on it, folk magic, you are going to find Christian folk magic, or at the very least you are going to find Christian influenced folk magic. So books will adapt it into modern day. So I would typically recommend the books by Gemma Gary, absolutely phenomenal for this purpose. And every county in England has its own unique style and genre of historical witchcraft. And that's because despite being somewhere really, really small, we are incredibly diverse. I mean, try listening to the accent of someone from Liverpool and then compare it to someone from Somerset and then compare it to someone from Essex and then Newcastle. Like, we all have very different accents, and the practice was equally as diverse. So books on regional traditional witchcraft are often drawn from historical evidence of witchcraft, but largely this wasn't documented. And that's usually because it was kept within families, it was kept even just within individual people's knowledge. It wasn't something that was necessarily shared the same as it is today. And a lot of what we have is actually items and effects that have been found. So there have been several charms and items that have been kept in walls or in fireplaces, some of which has writing on it, which will often address it to the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost or the Holy Spirit. And it's largely because the folk magic adapted to suit the religion of the time. So as we went Protestant, Catholic, the spells and rituals kind of changed and adapted. So be braced for that, because a lot of people tend to expect it to be like the Druids, and they tend to expect it to be like ancient Celtic rituals. And it really isn't. But yeah, the works of people like Gemma Gary and other traditional witchcraft authors are very good at giving specific regional folk practices adapted into modern day, which is incredibly useful if you do want to practice it for yourself. And actually someone here has said the exact book that I was going to recommend next, which is called The Book of English Magic. And that's kind of a more broader, overarching topic. It depends how nitty gritty you really want to get with it, but yeah, be braced that you might not find what you're looking for. And actually, it kind of goes a step further than that. I've had people get truly annoyed and angry when I try to explain that witches were not historically revered, and we aren't an ancient lineage that has never disappeared. And people tend to have very, very steadfast thoughts when they go into witchcraft, and the number of people who are truly disappointed when I say to them that a lot of the wise folk, the wise women, the wise men, the pellers, the cunning folk often practiced an adapted form of Christianity. It's shocking how many people get personally offended by it. And I think it's always important that we remember to perceive history through the lens of the people who lived it, rather than from our own perspective. I mean, if, say, the witch trials are within living memory to you, you're probably not going to be openly expressing your practice. You're probably going to keep it on the down low, massively. And that continued all the way till the 1950s, 1960s, when people began to express a form of witchcraft that was free of the masks of kind of Christian, or at least religious England, if that makes sense. I'm hoping that makes sense. It's really kind of during the revival of witchcraft during the 50s and 60s when we start seeing people really diving into Wicca instead of following witchcraft as kind of a secretive underlayer to their life. Okay, let's have a look-see. Where am I? Ooh, okay, this is an interesting one. What are some of your experiences and memories that you can share that are significant to how you view your practice now? Like moments you realised magic is real. So for me, it goes all the way back to when I was very, very young, before I was actively practicing. So when I say that I've been practicing for X amount of time, I'm very specifically referring to like purposeful magical practice. Like, I am going to learn this thing, or I am going to carry out this working. A lot of my earlier practice, I didn't even realize kind of what I was doing, but I knew that it worked. And there was this one occurrence that I remember so vividly, where I wished for something so strongly, and even though it was completely improbable for it to happen, it did. And that was the moment where I was like, oh, okay, so if I do this and this and this, then I get that. Okay, let's try it again. So I did. I tried it again, and I did this, this, and this, and I got that. And I'm like, oh, this is good. I like the fact that I kind of have a pattern going on here. So ever since that point, it was kind of like, okay, this works. I understand that this works. And at this point, I didn't know necessarily what it was that I was doing. I just knew that if I followed a series of steps, then I got what I wanted at the end of it. And so then I started applying that further into my life, and then I kind of found witchcraft specifically. But when I started going into more purposeful spells and rituals, it was more a case of, there was one very distinctive one that I remember, which was a prosperity working. And at this point, I'd been practicing for how many years now? Like 10 years, something like that. And I just kind of started getting into like candle magic. I'd mainly been focusing on more ritualistic, kind of more ceremonial style magic, and I was going into candle magic for like the first time. And I decided to do a prosperity working because I remember I had my business at this point, but we were just like starting out, and I was kind of struggling financially and, you know, all the stuff that most people deal with. And I was like, you know what, I'm going to try a candle working. I'm just going to give it a go. What's the worst that can happen? I really don't want to be doing an entire ritual right now, so I'm just going to do a candle spell. So I got a green candle, and I put some oil on it, and I charged it with my intention, and I focused really, 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 really hard on what I wanted. And I lit the candle, and I had a business card for what was my Etsy page at the time, like underneath it. I lit the candle. The moment the flame sparked on the candle, like the moment it took on the candle, I got a big sale on Etsy. And at this point, I had not sold anything on Etsy for weeks and weeks and weeks. And at this point, I was like on the brink of saying, this isn't working. I need to find another job. I need to be doing something else with my life. Clearly, this isn't for me. And I lit that candle, and the moment it took on that candle, I got a sale. And from that point onwards, I was getting consistent sales. And that was the moment where I was like, oh, I like candle magic. And now, if you've been on my channel for any amount of time, you will know that I absolutely love candle magic because I find it to be so consistently effective for me. And that was one of those moments where I was like, oh, okay. This is good. I like this. I like this. I can go with this. I mean, there have been other occurrences where, like, I learned that talking to spirits tends to be the best way to get what you want. And those kind of moments where I've said to people, like, well, not people, but I've said to like the spirits, I'm like, I know that you have taken this thing that belongs to me. I know that you have. I haven't lost it. I might lose everything, but I know I didn't lose this. And I would like it back, please. Thank you very much, Lee. And then the next day, the thing that I was missing was like in the middle of the floor in my bedroom, like so obviously noticeable. There was no way that I could miss it or that anyone else could miss it. And it was just right there in the middle. And I'm like, oh, so there's no point in fighting with the fair folk or like arguing with the spirits. You just ask them nicely and they will be nice back to you. Problem solved. And that was the approach that I took ever since. But yeah, there is something about candle magic that is incredibly potent for quick acting workings. I think that other workings and like other styles of workings could be better for different types of magic. So something that's maybe a little bit slower burn. Mind the pun there, I wasn't intending that. A little bit slower burn, maybe jars, maybe bags, dolls. But for like quick acting workings, candle magic is the way to go. It is great. Oh, I missed these. Thank you so much, LV, and thank you so much to Trish and Mickey. I enjoy Ronald Hutton lectures on Gresham College. I actually have never watched any of his via that. The ones I've seen were at Witchfest Midlands, which sadly is no longer in existence anymore. I'm so sad about that. Maybe I'll have to make my way to Croydon in London and go to the Witchfest International. Maybe, potentially, I might be brave enough to do that. And I've seen his lectures through the Last Tuesday Society. Now, if anyone doesn't know about the Last Tuesday Society, you should. They do incredible lectures. I'm actually part of their Patreon because I just love them so much. You can find them on Eventbrite. They are digital lectures. They're about £5-6 to go and to listen to them. And then you get sent an email link afterwards where you can watch that lecture for, I believe, 3 weeks afterwards if you haven't managed to catch it live. And they cover so many interesting topics. And a couple of times, 3 or 4 times a year, Ronald Hutton will do a talk, and absolutely incredible. Phenomenal every single time. If you have the chance to go and listen to him speak, anyone who hasn't already, I would recommend doing so. He's like the goal of where I'd love to be able to, wouldn't it be so cool to just be knowledgeable enough like Ronald Hutton to just go and just do a talk? That's so cool. Anyway, that's me nerding out over a person that doesn't know I exist. You know, the usual. Some people do it over celebrities. I do it over professors. You know, casual things. Let's have a look-see. This one is next. My twin sister did a reading with oracle cards and selected 3. Past, present, future. She then shuffled the cards and I picked 3 cards. They were the same cards in the same order. Any insights? So, I have a few insights. I should have brought a deck in with me, and I blummin' didn't, did I? I forget it every single month. So, when it comes to decks, I'm going to say the mundane answer first because I think it is important to acknowledge. Depending on how well used a deck is, they tend to be a little bit sticky. Like, the cards aren't physically sticky, but there's quite a lot of static in the cards. And so you often find that cards tend to stick themselves together. And if you are shuffling just the regular overhand method, what can often happen is if you are always shuffling in the same way, you're always going to get the same cards grouped together. So when you've got a new deck of cards, I would typically recommend literally spreading them all out on the floor like you would with a child playing, like match the cards. I don't know what it's called. It's got a specific name, but I've completely forgotten what it's called. Do that with your cards, smush them all around, and then gather them together and shuffle them. Because anyone who's used like a new deck that is numbered, you'll likely find for at least the first, maybe like 3, 4, sometimes more times that you shuffle it, you are getting like cards 3, 4, and 5, 8, 9, and 10 next to one another. So it could well be that the cards have simply stuck themselves together. That's definitely an option. But if we're going to go less mundane, more magical, it could be suitable, I think it's because I read the word suitable somewhere and I've just taken it. It could be a sign that these things are really significant in both of your lives. So when I do my card readings, I will shuffle this way. So I will push the cards down and fire them together. I'm not going to be able to show you because I'm going to have to do it on a desk. But you'll have seen it in my previous kind of Yule video. If you caught that one at the very end, I do shuffle them that way. I find that's great for separating all of the cards. But even in my readings, sometimes I will get the same cards over and over and over again. And you're like, okay, I'm going to try this again. I'm going to shuffle all the cards together, shuffle, 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 shuffle. And then before you know it, you've got the exact same cards out again, and that's usually because they are very, very significant. They are important things that you need to be listening to and you aren't listening to, and it may well be that they are applicable in parts of your life that are joined. So I'm not going to ask for more details, like personal details or anything. I'm just going to throw a few options out there. So it could be, if you are, say, living separate lives, it could be that these specific things relate to your family, the things that bring you together. They could relate to birthdays, things that are symbolic for the pair of you. It could be about an event that is coming up where you're going to be spending a lot of time together. They could be significant for that. So if two people who are likely going to spend time together are going to have the same set of cards, usually means that those cards relate to the same event, the same time period, the same location. Something is kind of joining those together. So it could simply be that it's symbolic in both of your lives. It could be that it's at some point coming forwards that those cards are going to be symbolic for everyone involved. Now, I do think it is useful though just to kind of do a few tests and see whether the cards are typically quite sticky when it comes to staying together, because that will decide whether or not, what was I going to say? Whether or not it's just the cards or whether there's some meaning to it. Oh, actually, that's a good one, yeah. If you pick from a fan, then you don't have to worry about shuffling so much. That's really, really smart. I actually will grab a deck of cards. I'll be really quick because I know exactly where they are. And then I can show you what I mean. Okay, cards. So, we have un deck of cards. There's always one that I keep kind of nearby, and from now onwards I'm keeping them in here because I always forget them. So if I just do it this way, so this is a tarot deck rather than oracle, but same principle. So if I were to shuffle these and I were to like lay them out like this, and you get the person across from you to pick a card out, so say for instance this one here, they would pick this card out. It then means, as mentioned, that you don't have to worry about shuffling them as closely or as carefully, because unless you're going to pick 3 cards that are next to one another, you're probably going to take one from over here, and then you might take, say, this end one here. It doesn't matter so much about whether or not you shuffle them really effectively. But if I shuffle them the way I usually shuffle them, you find that cards tend to clump together. And if cards are particularly sticky, you can often find that they don't separate when you're shuffling. For anyone that is curious about which cards I ended up pulling out, we ended up with the Page of Water. So that would be the Page of Cups. We then have the Judgment card reversed, as well as Temperance reversed. Why I decided to hold it that way, I'm not quite sure. They're really beautiful cards. I actually need to use these a lot more than I do. This is the Tarot of the Sorceress deck. I barely use these compared to my others. So, yeah. Just a few options there. Right, let's have a look at what other questions we've got. Ooh, okay, this is very similar to kind of my experience with them. So I recently woke up with the word Hestia in my head. I've since found out she is the goddess of the hearth and home. What could this experience mean? So it could well be that she is reaching out to you. It could be something that she wants to share with you, or some insights that she wants you to know. So it might not necessarily be her reaching out to become one of your deities, or your deity if you don't have any already. It could simply be that she is reaching out because she has important things that she needs to share with you, insights that might be really useful in your life. So it's worth looking her up a little bit more, having a look at the different stories and different accounts and mythology, and you might find that there is some link there that would explain why she's come through to you now. Otherwise, it could be worth reaching out in meditation, during dreams, so before bed, asking, like, can you come through to me again and give me more information as to why you are interacting with me, why you're connecting with me, and then see what you get when you wake up and kind of account all of that down so that you've got a record of it. You can do this with tarot, with oracle, with meditations, with trance-like states, with scrying, all of this kind of stuff, so that you might be able to get a little bit more insight there. And you might find that she starts coming through more and more and more as you begin to build a connection with her. But yeah, sounds a lot like how Bridget and Ceridwen came through to me. I tend to find that deities and spirits come through in like one of two ways. Either it's like a knowing, so it's like the names in my mind, or like the knowledge of something, or they come through very visually. And so for me, with two of my deities, they were just like this, where it's like this knowing of like this name, but you don't really understand where it's coming from. which honestly might apply to a lot of people. Oh no, it jumped. Oh, that doesn't bode well, does it? Normally it doesn't do this. Okay, here we go. Are you going to do any more content about the Fae? I'm fascinated by the fair folk. I am, yes. So I am currently in the process of reading every single book in my collection about the fair folk to be able to offer you a recommend and not so recommend book list. That is taking me a while though, because that's quite a lot of books. So I've already filmed some of that video. I'm going to be filming more in the start of 2025 in the hopes of getting that out. And then I definitely think I will be doing some videos on the fair folk. What I often find, and it's very, very annoying, and we spoke about this like on the last stream as well, is that when you talk about two main topics, you get a certain type of person that bombards your DMs, your emails, your comment sections, not in a good way. And that would be talking about fair folk and talking about baneful magic. For whatever reason, every time I talk about fairies, or like the fair folk, the wee folk, the little people, the good neighbours, however you choose to describe them, I just get a whole bunch of people flooding my inbox saying that I am promoting harm via fairy, and I'm very confused. The last series of videos that I did on the fair folk were years ago now. The number of people that were telling me that I was like risking people being kidnapped by the fair folk by talking about them, and I'm like, are you okay? Like, I understand that there's a case for being cautious, but then there's like fear-mongering cautious. So I probably will. It will probably be very spread out and quite sparing though, because oh my goodness, it's intense. I don't mind, like it's fine, like you just skip past them and whatnot, but like you get a lot of comments all in one go. So I think I'm going to try to I'll split them up a little bit, just so that I can have a bit of peace in between. But yeah, I'm just going to start, I think, with the fairy book video, though. I think, because it's the one I'm already working on, and my laptop is going to fully conk out. That's not the right word. Clonk out? No. Clock out. Is that right? I'm not sure. My brain. If I try and edit every single video I have to edit on it, it is like slowly dying. So it's a new laptop too. It doesn't have the storage capacity for the amount of video files I'm attempting to stuff into its memory. Right, let's have a look. See, I'm here somewhere, I think. This one, I think. Do you have any devotional jewelry for your deities? This is one of my favorite ways of giving offerings. So I have a few pieces, so like you can't see it, but I have a citrine necklace sitting on my Bridget altar that is like, it never leaves her altar, and at this point, I think I have to accept it's no longer my piece of jewelry anymore. I don't have like devotional pieces of jewelry, but I have pieces of jewelry that I wear when I'm working with or connecting with different deities. So I always wear this one. This is my ruby ring that I wear all of the time. This one sits on my Ceridwen altar with a whole bunch of other rings. And then I have a locket that you'll see me wearing sometimes that sits on my Bridget altar. Well, no, it's confusing. It sits on several different altars, and it gets charged on these different altars that I will sit it on, and so I work with it that way, which is less of a devotional thing and more of a way of me working with the different deities that I work with in a way that I can do on a daily basis. So I will typically always put on at least some rings, I'll always put on at least some jewelry, and so for me, I find it's a good way of kind of connecting too. So for anyone who wants to connect more with their deities, maybe placing a piece of jewelry that you wear regularly on their altar or in their space can help you connect with them on like a day-to-day casual basis. I have this one piece of hair right here, where is it, that I forgot to curl, because of course I did. And it's so obvious, I can see it every single time I look on my monitor. Let's have a look-see. Okay, let's have a look. I consider myself a hedge witch, but was wondering your view. I can't astral project, but I do travel in a state of visual meditation. Would you consider this a form of hedge riding? If it is a form of altered state of consciousness, that is a mouthful, then yes, I don't necessarily see why it wouldn't be, because the determining factors, like the lines that people draw in the sand for what is astral projection and what isn't, tends to be very individual, and no one seems to have the same answer for everything. So I'd say yes, probably. Though, like with most things in witchcraft, you are likely going to find that if you ask 12 different witches, you'll get 13 different answers. You'll get some people that are just very dismissive of it, and they're like, no, you have to be doing astral projection in the way that I do it, otherwise it doesn't count. And then you'll have other people that are like, yeah, whatever works for you. Like, you'll probably find that it builds and grows over time anyway, if this is something that you are actively practicing. Right, let's have a look-see. Where am I? Do you use maths and numbers in your craft? Yes, and you'll likely see it a lot in my videos where I cover spell work. So 3 for me has always been a super duper significant number, both for positive and for negative. I find that 3 is really significant, and so a lot of my chants I will do 3 times. If I am drawing a pentagram over the top of an object to charge it, I will usually do it 3 times. If I am tapping, say to seal in energy into like candles, I will tap 3 times. If I'm knocking on altars to let the spirits know that I'm doing cleansing, I'll tend to tap 3 times. And so that has been kind of regularly repeated throughout my practice. Alternatively, I will use numerology, or kind of loose numerology, in my spells and rituals. So 2 I will often use for unity of individuals as well as balance. 3 is for manifestation. 4 is for strength and strong stability. So in protection workings, I'll often use the number 4. In workings for friendship or romance or whatever it might be, I will often use 2. And so unless I need to deviate, I tend to do everything in 3s. Otherwise, it's like 2, 4, whatever better suits that working. But I'll be honest, usually my workings are just like done on the fly, so it's whatever I have access to. If I can do things 3 times, great. Otherwise, I tend to just work with what I've got and what I can. So it's not like a make or break in my practice, it's just a nice to. How to practice psychic abilities. This one's a little bit tricky because it is going to depend on how strong your psychic abilities already are, as well as do you have anyone else that you can work with. So I feel like a parrot when I'm doing the live stream sometimes, because I know I tend to just kind of repeat the exact same sentiment over and over because it's what I find works best for me. Is the best way to build psychic abilities from the ground up is to start acknowledging the things that are happening. So if you see something out the corner of your eye, while immediately you might have gone, like in the past, you might have said, oh, it was nothing. Now go, okay, that was weird. I definitely saw something there. Maybe it was my imagination. Maybe it wasn't. Get on with the rest of your day. That's all you need to do. You don't need to be doing anything else. Oh, that's a strange perfume I've never smelled before, and I live alone and I have never smelled that in my space before. That's weird. Maybe I'm imagining it. Maybe I'm not. Oh, I'm sure I just heard someone whispering, but there's no one in this office building and I'm literally here completely by myself. Therefore, maybe it was something, maybe not. And once you start kind of acknowledging the things that you are experiencing rather than immediately dismissing them, you might find that things start occurring more frequently, or at the very least, you're going to start noticing things that maybe previously you would have missed. Another great way of building it is to spend time alone, not distracting yourself. Now, of course, not everyone is going to find this easy, but take a walk in the park with no headphones, no music, no audiobook, nothing to distract you. I mean, obviously, if you've got a dog or whatnot, then you're going to have to pay attention to them. But like, don't be drowning out the world around you with other things. Instead, just be focusing on the world around you. Can you see things out the corner of your eye? Did you see a strange mist over there? Okay, that was weird. Acknowledge it, keep going. But spending time not bombarding our senses with music and TV shows and movies and books and work and this and that and the other, actually having time to sit and observe is really, really significant, and you'll likely start noticing things that you never did before. And when you start noticing things, you might find that the same things keep happening. So while people can be sensitive in all areas, you'll often find that some areas you're likely to be more prolific at. Is that the right word for it? You're going to have an easier time with. So you might find that you get a lot of corner of the eye phenomena. You might find that you are hearing a lot of like phantom voices. You might find that it's smells that you're getting. And as long as these aren't being caused by some kind of underlying medical condition, you can say, okay, well, maybe that's where my ability lies. Maybe that's where I need to focus. And then we can start trying to develop it, maybe go places where you know that there is quite strong energy there and see if anything comes forwards. Guided journeys, meditations, these can be really useful for, especially things like astral projection as well, can be useful for bringing out these abilities. Meditations, and then there's lots of exercises out there where you can carry them out and practice it, but generally I tend to find the easiest and most effective way of doing it is to allow them to build up naturally. A lot of people kind of want to go from 0 to professional psychic in 5 days flat, and that is generally never going to happen. It's always going to be this kind of slow, gradual progression. Right. Oh, okay. Can you explain how to do a mirror box to have a person look realistically at themselves? So, yeah, I mean, it sounds terrible to say, but it is as simplistic as it sounds, but obviously there's kind of more nuance to that. So the very, very foundations of a mirror box is it is a box made of mirrors. So all of the mirrors face inwards. So you can create these yourself. You can have, you can get them like at candle stores and like other like garden centers sell them here in England. You can buy like mirrors that candles sit on. And you can also buy mirrored coasters, like drink mat coasters. And if you turn them all so they're facing inwards and then glue them together, or you can tape them together, you have yourself a mirror box with a coaster or a mirror that you can just drop onto the top of it. And it essentially creates an environment where all of that energy is going to be bouncing around. Now, the caveat here is that you need to be locking the mirrors, because if you don't lock the mirrors, the energy that you're putting into that box is just going to be escaping out through the mirrors. So you would lock all of the mirrors, put your box together. Now, if you don't have these kind of solid mirrors, you can use like mirror pieces, like mosaic pieces from the craft store. Some people will use tin foil. Just make sure it's really, really shiny as you can get it. Or you can buy mirror card from like craft departments as well. Line the inside of a box with it. And inside, you would be adding in the tag locks of the person in question, as well as the intention for what it is that you want them to be acknowledging. You would fill it full of energy, and then you would seal that box closed. And that energy is just going to be ricocheting around on the inside because it isn't necessarily able to go anywhere because you've locked all of those mirrors to stop any of the energy from escaping. And that's kind of the really simplistic way of doing a mirror box. There's obviously a few different iterations of it. There's different reasons why you might want to use it, but that is one option. Okay, let's have a look, see. How much banishing and protection magic do you think you need to learn before casting your first spell? Asking as someone who's always caught the attention of spirits easily. So with this, it is going to depend on the level of comfort you have with these spirit interactions, as well as what it is that you want to be working with. If you don't want to be working with spirits ever, at all, probably quite a lot, because ideally more protection than banishing, because ideally if your protections are good enough, you're not going to need the banishings. But if you don't want to work with spirits ever, you're going to want to have a range of comprehensive protections in place. You're going to want them in place before you do your workings, during as well as after. And you're going to want to make sure that your environment is a tight seal on spirits. If you are quite comfortable with the spirits that are in your space, they do not intrude in a negative way, they are not negatively impacting your workings, then you can probably get away with having fewer protections, but making sure you've still got a few around. Some beginners will go in and they will just start doing spells and rituals without any kind of protection, and they work on the principle that if something bad happens, they'll figure it out afterwards. It's not the mindset that I would typically go for, but I also don't want to say that you need to be like Fort Knox with like all of your protections. It probably isn't necessary for the majority of people, depending on how negatively these spirits do affect you. Okay. So this one isn't so much something that I would recommend in one book. It's more about doing. So this is, what book would you recommend a beginner on how to raise and release energy? So the thing is when it comes to raising and releasing energy, it is such a tiny topic that there doesn't really need to be a book on it. It's a big topic for active practice, but the fundamentals of it are usually very slim. And so I would recommend any book like Psychic Witch by Matt Oren. Covers a wide range of different techniques and practices for beginners. It's not solely about energy work per se, there's more in there, but that is a very effective book for this purpose. And then I've got several videos on energy work, like energy sensing, grounding, energy manipulation, which is the way I was taught, because I wasn't taught from a book. I was taught by practitioners how to do this. And so those are the techniques that I was taught. Do with that what you will. I have found though that most books have a small section on it at best. And so books like Matt Oren's Psychic Witch are really good. I have an entire video on beginner witchcraft books on my channel, which might give you more options. But yeah, I think those videos, it might sound like I'm tooting my own horn, but I don't mean it like that. I mean that was how I was taught. And so that's typically the techniques that I would use to teach someone else. Right. What witchy plans have you got for 2025? I have nothing. I would love to be a planner. I would love to be that kind of person that's like, oh, I've planned out my entire 2025. I forgot what day of the week it was today and nearly forgot to do my live stream. And I have no idea what's going to happen. I've not even filmed the videos I need to release on the 1st of January yet. I'm not a planner. So I maybe need to focus on being a planner for 2025, but at the minute, no magical plans. Do home protection spells clash when you add them? That entirely depends on the purpose of those spells. And so, for instance, if you have one home protection spell that is designed to keep out everybody and everything, and then you have another home protection spell that is designed to keep out only the negative but let in all the positive, then you're going to find that this one overrides the entirety of this one. Because you've got one that's saying some people can come through and you've got one that's saying no one can come through, and usually this one is going to overpower this one. That's really the only way that it could interfere, unless you are, say, working with two different spirits or deities that directly don't like one another, and they've both gone, well, if they're involved, I'm not going to help, and the other one is like, well, if they're involved, I'm not going to help. And then you might find that there's some kind of conflict happening there, but generally they layer on top of one another really well, which is why I typically would say if you're going to do any kind of beginner spell, which I don't believe they exist, but if you're going to do any spell to kind of get started, then protection magic is a really good one because it's fast acting, it's non-intrusive, and they layer really, really effectively. Right. Best spell to get a job, whichever one works. And I know that that is not an ideal answer, but the reality is that we do not have one collective spell book for all practitioners that we all use. Instead, every individual is so unique. So the spells that I would say use for this purpose might not be applicable to the next practitioner who has a different style of practice. And so the best spell for any kind of working is the one that is most effective for you in your practice. And so if you don't already have one for this, then it could be worth looking up different techniques, different methods for spell work, finding one that works well with you and your energy, and then tailoring a spell to suit what it is that you need. Right. What is your favorite Yule or Christmas folklore? So I don't know massive amounts about like different folklore from around the world. I have like little snippets. So I like the story of the Christmas cat. I love the story of the Holly King and the Oak King. But one that really grabbed my attention, and I'm pretty certain that it is real. I just need to double check to make sure. Yes, it is. Is it? Yes. Yes, it is. It's from Iceland. Okay, anyway. I first discovered this when I was watching The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. In the Yule episode, you have the story of the Yule lads. And that one was so fascinating. So not only do you have like Krampus, you know, Christmas cat, all these stories. I just love the story of the Yule lads. If you haven't seen the video where I covered that, can I actually link it? Am I able to do that? I should be more technologically savvy than I am. Can I link that somewhere? It's this one. It was A Midwinter's Tale. If you haven't seen the actual video, the Chilling of Adventures video, then you should. It's very good. You just double check that that's the right one. Oh, I hate listening to myself speak. Yes, it is. Okay. I can go back to not listening to myself speak now. If you haven't seen the actual video, like the episode, really, really interesting. But yeah, the Yule lads is one that I'd never heard of before because I never really looked into Icelandic folklore, and so I feel like it's something I need to look more into. Right. It's gone all weird. The question's gone all weird. Oh no. Do you remember how last month, at some point, the chat went all funky and it like moved everything around? Oh, it's just done the same thing. Okay, so I'm going to try and persevere with this as best as I can. I'm sorry if you sent a message in way sooner and now it's going to go all confused. Yeah, YouTube sometimes doesn't like me very much, is what I've established. So, at the very top here, what is this? I can't even see what this question is. It's like cut itself off. Can I manifest someone who looks like and has the qualities of a famous person or anime character? If so, what is the best spell to do so? Now, okay, from a practical perspective, in theory, yes. Does that mean it's going to work out for you? No. And that is the issue when it comes to manifesting people with particular characteristics. Now, this is often seen in the category of love magic. People will often want a very set type of person. And so they will do that in their spells. They'll say, you know, I want someone who is blonde with blue eyes, and I want them to be 5'8", and I want them to look like a Victoria's Secret model. I get a lot of emails like that. That's why I'm going off that kind of description, because the number of emails I get asking for Victoria's Secret models is alarming. And they might call upon that, but we need to be realistic in what we're asking for. So, for instance, I'm going off like the classic anime character look, right? So I'm thinking like white hair, grey eyes, built like an upside down Dorito. We've all seen Vampire Knight, I'm sure. You know exactly who I'm talking about. But if we go off like that kind of is a very, very stereotypical anime style character. If you live in an area where that kind of look isn't something that is regularly found, you can do as many workings as possible. But if that energy has no one to pull on, nothing is going to happen. So really, the energy needs something to be aimed towards that is realistic. And this is why a lot of people who do spells, like attraction spells on celebrities, are never going to get anywhere. Because realistically, you can put as much energy in as possible. If that person isn't realistically going to cross your path, if that person isn't accessible energetically, then you're not going to be able to pull on those strings and get an effective response. And so when we're talking about like attracting a specific type of person, like a specific look, for instance, then you are going to be restricted to the people that you have access to in your life and in your area. On top of that, there's then no guarantee that that person is then going to like you when they are attracted into your life if something does manifest. So you might find that you attract in a person that looks exactly how you want, and then you have a conversation with them and you go, oh, you're actually a really terrible person, because there's kind of no guarantees there. So generally with attraction style workings, I tend to prefer to keep them very broad. I tend to prefer it to be, say, I would like the most suitable person for me to come into my life. And then at that point onwards, it's up to you and that individual how that plays out. Like that working might have allowed you to cross paths, or perhaps alerted you to them crossing your path. But from that point onwards, it is entirely on you as to how that is going to be able to play out for you. Like it's then out of the magic's hands. It's now down to individuals, because you can attract as many people as you want into your life, but there's no guarantee that they're going to want to be there. And when it comes to attraction spells, they're a dime a dozen. You can find them in almost every spell book, everywhere online. There's so many of them. Take one that you think vibes well with your style of practice, adapt it as you see fit, and then come at it from a realistic perspective. Because I think a lot of people are expecting that if they're going to try, and I'm trying to think of a single anime character right now and my brain has gone kaputski. So say like you wanted to attract like someone that looked like, is his name Rinakumura? I'm going to Google this. I'm going, 1 minute. From Blue Exorcist. Yes, Rinakumura. Okay, my brain hasn't completely gone to mush yet. You can say like, oh, I want to attract someone that looks like Rinakumura, but like 20 years older. There's no necessary guarantee that that is going to happen. I just want to kind of make everyone aware of, just be realistic. And also, most people aren't the son of the devil and have superpowers, you know? But if you haven't seen Blue Exorcist, please watch it. It's really, really good. Okay, let's have a look. Any helps to tip. Any tips to help the mind to remember the contents I study? My main concern is that no matter how much I read, I just keep forgetting things. Now, I will be honest and say that what I'm going to offer is not necessarily going to be super magical, but it is going to be stuff that I have found useful when I've really struggled to study. I have a really bad memory. Really bad. And I've often struggled with retaining the things that I have studied throughout my life. And so I often find that getting yourself into a repeated headspace is really, really useful. And by that I mean every single time you sit down to study, have something on in the background that's like non-intrusive. It's just ambient music in the background, and turn it on only when you need to focus and study. So don't have it be like a song that you really like. Have it be like a piece of music with no lyrics, so nothing that can like draw your mind. Just like a repeated bit of ambient. So I'll often have like jazz music, you know, those ambient videos on YouTube where it's like 1920s jazz music and it's like a scene like you're in a 1920s bar. You know, things like that can be really useful to trick your mind into being in like a, okay, now is the time I need to study. One thing that I've heard from other people that is incredibly effective is as you are studying, be drawing on a notepad next to you, like literally be doing two things at once. So you are studying on one side, you're reading, and in the other hand you have a pen, you've got a big notebook next to you, and you are just scribbling, doodling as a way of doing it that way. I've had so many people in my life say that that is incredibly effective. Now I, as far as I'm aware, don't have any problems with ADHD personally. So what I'm saying is maybe not going to apply quite the same for everyone. But Any kind of ADHD style tricks that you can employ could be really useful, whether this is doing something like Pomodoro. I found Pomodoro to be so useful because instead of having like an almost endless amount of studying that you have to do, instead you know that in 25 minutes you can get up and you can do whatever the hell you want for like 10 minutes. And it cuts it down into more manageable chunks so that your head isn't going, oh, I really want to be doing anything else right now. I need to get up, I need to move, I need to do something else. Instead it's like, okay, I take it in manageable chunks. How about I just try and do 15 minutes? And then I can get up and do something else and then come back and do 15 minutes and just cut it into more manageable chunks. Now, I am not experienced particularly in this area, but that is something that I have found to be incredibly effective for myself. I'm not sure if it would apply, but if anyone has any other recommendations, please let us know in the chat, especially anyone who has experienced this. Personally, that could be really, really useful. Okay. Do you play Disney Dreamlight Valley? I actually haven't, and I've had it on my like wish list for a while, but then I also have Baldur's Gate 3 on my wish list, and I feel like one of these is going to weigh out over the other. So we'll see what happens, but yeah, I have so many games that I still haven't even finished that I should probably finish first. Yeah, I really need to pull my finger out and finish them. Hi, I just merged two words together. Hi. Do you use runes? I just started. So I have used runes a lot within my magical practice. I use them less now than I used to, but absolutely phenomenal for doing readings if it is something that you do readily connect with. Not everyone's going to. Some people find that they prefer cards or pendulums over runes, but I'm sure there's lots of videos online that would be really useful to get started if you haven't kind of dived in yet fully. I would offer a bunch of recommendations, but all of the websites I used to recommend for rune readings no longer exist, and I'm very, very sad about it. So I feel like I need to kind of I need to spend like a day going through all of the resources that I used to recommend and just see if I can find similar ones, because it's infuriating when I have like a big list and I go and I check like a reference. Oh, it's a dead website. Okay, never mind. Take that one off the list. Right. Okay. How do you suggest practicing in a space that you share with someone else, for example, a dorm room? So there's two ways that I would recommend taking this, and which way is going to depend on what you feel comfortable with. Option one is to be very honest about it. Hey, this is what I practice. Are you okay with me practicing in the room? Would you rather me do it when you're not here? Would you rather me not do it in the room at all? Then you know exactly where you stand with that. If they are not comfortable with it and they do not want it in that space, respect their boundaries, respect their decision, and do it elsewhere. So you might find that there are societies that you can join where other practitioners are also practicing, and you can then do your workings with them. You might find a park or an open space could be a good option. You could find that doing things inward is a better option, so doing more meditative spell work, creating an inner temple that you can do your workings within instead of doing it within the room. If they are comfortable with it, then it's just about figuring out where those boundaries lie. Obviously, it's about not overstepping those boundaries. So if they don't want full rituals, it's about adapting it to suit. It might be a case of adjusting your practice to contain more sigils and words of affirmation or words of intention rather than full-blown ceremonies and rituals. And it is just a temporary situation. So you only need to be making temporary changes. I mean, I know that when I was sharing spaces with people, I just didn't practice at all in the space because it was just so much easier than having to explain that to people, but obviously everyone's going to be different. Okay. Can I use scented incense sticks to cleanse? Yes, as long as you have the intention that it is to cleanse, like you set that intention And some incenses are going to be better than others. So those that are made of natural products that are designed for cleansing. So these might be specific plants like rosemary. This might be blends that you can buy specifically for cleansing. It's never going to be as effective though as a full like loose incense made of raw, well not raw, but like untreated dried plants. That's going to be much, much more potent and punchy. But yeah, for small general cleanses, just upkeep cleanses, if it's all you've got access to, it is far better than doing nothing at all. Just set that intention beforehand, because a lot of incenses can be used for different things. So say one that's rose scented might be better suited to self-love or romance workings, whereas something that's more lavender based might be better for sleep and dream magic. You can use them for cleansing, but just make sure that they know and the energy knows what it is that you're gonna be using it for. Why do I have that in my head? It's that and I have the guy doing it as well, like running in a loop in my brain. Oh, I skipped the Winnie the Pooh theme song this time. I went straight to like, I don't know even where that came from. I don't think I've heard that in like 8 years. Oh no. Anyway, have I already answered this one? No, I don't think I have. What were the key factors in your life that drew to your preferences in your practice? So a lot of it comes back to kind of the root. It is the Eurovision guy. It is, yes. That's exactly who I have in my head right now. A lot of it comes back to kind of like the things that I enjoy learning about. So I love learning about the natural world. I love learning about science and history and folklore. And so that really drove my desire for more of a folk-based practice. And then I tended to find that I was more successful in workings that were rooted in my own intuition, rather than workings that I had kind of copied and pasted from elsewhere. So I primarily found that I would go with my gut instinct on what items to use, when I should do it, how to do it. And yay, now we're all singing it. I'm so sorry. And then with the candle magic, as I mentioned earlier, I had really, really good success with it. And therefore I went, this works, I'm going to keep doing it. Because, I mean, fundamentally, witchcraft is a results-based practice. And so I just took whatever worked and went and just smushed it all together. And that's where we are today. And sometimes, even now, I feel like I should probably be pushing myself into different styles of practice to kind of see what else I could work with, what else I connect with. Because I'm sure there's a whole world of practice out there that I'm missing out of, because I'm just like in my little bubble where I like doing the things that I do and I don't do anything else. And I should probably branch out from that. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Alan Jones. Thank you very much. So let's have a look, see. Oh, all of the questions are jumbled up. Oh, duh. Oh, okay, here we go. So this is one that I've had a few times in the past. How do you afford that many books? So there's a couple of factors at play here. So for one, a lot of the books have been in my collection for a long time. So I would not expect anyone to have like piles and piles of books when they've just started their magical practice. I feel I really need to reiterate that this is 18 plus years of book collecting just shoved in a couple of places. So it looks like it's a lot more than perhaps it is, because it's more of a gradual build up over time. Now, my book collecting has gone up quite a lot in the last kind of few years because of YouTube, and I make money on YouTube, and so I often will take some of that YouTube money and I will invest it into books that can add content to the channel. So I can give people recommendations for things. I can talk about topics that I personally don't know that much about in my own practice, and I can give recommendations. So I have increased the amount of books that I get because I invest some of the money from the YouTube channel into books for the channel. And then the other reason is I go to a lot of charity shops and a lot of secondhand book places and a lot of antique shops, and you tend to find that they have just books hidden away. Like, a lot of the books in my collection are ex-library books that were just dumped at a secondhand bookseller one day, and it just so happened to be like the entire magical section, and they were all like £1, £2 a piece, and I'm like, that's fantastic. Like, this is incredible. There's so many books here that could be really useful to people. If I can use some of that information to share with people, that would be great. So I tend to get a lot of books that way. So I don't typically buy a lot of new books. I actually rarely ever buy new books. The only books I will get new are Troy books. Otherwise, almost everything in my collection is secondhand or older, which is why it's so annoying to people when they ask me like, oh, what's that book? And I'm like, you don't want to know, because I got it from a charity shop for 50p and you can buy it on eBay for like £150. Like, I'm sorry. It's the problem. So it looks more than it really is. And it's a big expanse of time too. Like, I think people tend to often, it's not really that they tend to, well, they do assume, but it's not like an unreasonable assumption to say that I've got all these in the last few years. It's just that I put the bookcase up and now they're all behind me. And I really need to organise that bookcase again, because I'm realising how unbelievably messy all of the books are. What am I like? I take books out of the bookcase and then I forget to put them back again. Right, here we go. I was wondering, what do you do when a spirit attaches itself to you and then proceeds to cause you major anxiety? Now, I'm going to start by saying this for anyone else. I'm going to assume that you have already, you've already done this, but for anyone who is curious, I would say always make sure that what you're dealing with isn't something physical, mental, and also medical. That's really, really important, because what I have found is that some people, not the poster, but some people have a tendency to prescribe a magical reason to everything. And sometimes instead it is medical, sometimes it is psychological in nature, sometimes they could be side effects from medication, sometimes they could be side effects from herbal medicines that we're taking, like herbal teas that we're drinking, things like that can cause side effects that appear similar to a spirit attachment. So spirit attachments can vary, obviously there's a lot of nuance in this, but often they will include a general sense of unease, anxiety, sometimes depression, changes in physical health. So you might start getting really ill, you might start not feeling like yourself, like there's something not quite right, but you can't put your finger on it. You might notice like changes in smell, you might see like corner of the eye phenomena, you might experience really bad dreams, nightmares on a regular basis. Now, most of you, I'm going to assume, will be able to recognize something in there that's likely to be caused by something that isn't magical or spiritual in nature. And so when anyone comes to me about this kind of topic, I will always say, please make sure that you get yourself checked out to rule out any side effects of any medicines, any changes in diet and lifestyle, changes in your circumstances, whether that be changes at work, changes with your job. Make sure that you keep a diary to document the things that are happening in your life and what is changing. So when you start a new medication, note down when you started it. Keep track of any side effects that you might be experiencing. Because a lot of people, when you actually ask them, like, well, did this start when anything else in your life started? They'll often be like, oh yeah, it started when I changed job. Or maybe someone in the office has put a curse on me. And it's like, or maybe it could be the fact that you are now doubly stressed than you were before, and it's manifesting in nightmares, it's manifesting in restless sleep, it's manifesting in a negative decline in your mood, and that's probably more likely to be the reason than, say, a spirit attachment or a curse. So that's not to diminish anyone's kind of experiences, it's just to say mundane over magical, always just to cover your bases. because I would hate for someone to assume that it is something like a spirit attachment, for it to actually be a really serious health condition that has gone completely unnoticed and untreated. So once we've ruled out kind of the psychological, the medical, let's talk about kind of what to do next. So to start off with, it is about figuring out if there's any point in time where it started. This is going to be really useful for figuring out what the cause of it was. So was it a case of you brought a new object into your home? So you purchased a mirror from an antique store, and ever since that mirror has been in your home, you have been experiencing these strange things. See if you can pin it back to a significant event. Did you buy a piece of jewelry secondhand? Did you go to a place of very strong spiritual significance? Did you do a tarot reading or a spell in an area where you were unprotected if you didn't know what was around in that area? Was there some event that is like the linchpin to all of this, where if you were to take that event out, all of this probably wouldn't have happened? If yes, then it's about figuring out what in that event has caused it. So if it is an object that you've brought into your space, what's probably happened is whatever was attached to that object has now attached itself onto you. And if it hasn't attached itself onto you, it may well be negatively impacting you. So first port of call would be to take that object out of the home. Put it somewhere else, in a garden shed, lean it against a wall outside, put it in the garage. Just take it out of your space. Make sure that your space has protections on it. See how you feel in a week. If you are feeling so much better, it probably wasn't actually a spirit attachment. It was probably you being influenced and impacted by a spirit that was attached to something else. And then it's a case of either giving it away, giving it a cleanse, banishing anything that's on it, and then try and bring it back into that space again. And if you're fine with it, then all is good. You can just go about with your life. Nothing else has to happen. If when you take that object outside, nothing changes, then it may well be that the spirit has instead attached itself onto you. So then it's a case, first port of call, is to make something else really juicy and appetizing. Make another object. It could be that original object. It could be an object of your choosing, something else. Make it as energetically appealing as humanly possible. Pump it full of energy. Give offerings into it. Make it the juiciest, most delicious looking object imaginable. And spirits usually don't necessarily want to be attached to people. They're usually attached onto the biggest source of energy that they can find, and that may well be you. So give them an alternative. You can request that they leave. Say, you have this energy sitting right here. It can be all yours for the price of getting off me, please, thank you, and see what happens. Often spirits will actively leap onto something that has strong energy, and if you can maintain that energy long term, adding into it every month or so, you can find that spirit is perfectly content in that object long term, and you will not have any problems with them again. Alternatively, you can then take that object and put it somewhere else. Give it to someone who's experienced in this. You can sell it, you can donate it, whatever it is that you feel comfortable with. Everyone's morals and ethics on this are going to be different, so use your own judgment. You might want to dispose of that object, so have it actually be a disposable item that can then break down in the natural world, so not dangerous to animals, not dangerous to people, but full of energy. So maybe it's just a paper box, just a box like an origami box that you've made out of paper, and in it you've just pumped a whole bunch of energy in there. It could be covered in sigils and whatnot. Take it out into nature and allow it to break down naturally. As long as you have protections up, that spirit should not then be coming back towards you or into your space again. You gave it more energy, you gave it an incentive to leave. It did, and now it's on its own and it's dealing with its own thing. If that doesn't work, then it is a case of cleansing, banishing. And this then also applies if there's no object that this kind of came from. If it's come from maybe a place, if it's come from an event, try the whole juicy item. Doesn't this look delicious? Don't you want all of this lovely energy? Try that approach first. And if that doesn't work, then ask it to leave. Requests are always usually respected. Not by all spirits, but in many cases, a request is respected. If that doesn't work, personal cleanse. Now be prepared that if that spirit separates itself from you, it's now going to be in your space. So I'd recommend doing this outside. Make sure that you have protections that you can immediately put on yourself. Make sure that your home has protections to make sure that when you come back in, it doesn't follow you back in again. If the personal cleanse doesn't work, we then move on to banishing. Same applies outside of your space rather than inside. That way it does not immediately latch itself onto something inside your home. Cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. It's always the version that I use repeatedly because I find it to be the most effective. Cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect. The cleansing will ruffle up all of that energy that's settled. It'll disturb it all. It's annoying. You then banish that entity out of yourself, bearing in mind that banishings does not send it whence it came. It just separates itself from you or from an object. So it's still going to be in that space. So be prepared for that. So cleanse it. Shake up all the energy, banish it, remove it from that space, cleanse again. This then stops that spirit, that energy from immediately reattaching from where it just got detached from. Protect the object or the person that was just released from whatever it is that you were dealing with. And that way you can make sure it doesn't latch itself back on. But I would still recommend doing this outside of the space. Now, that's a lot to cover, and there's loads of banishing workings out there, depending on what it is you feel comfortable, your religion, your tradition, your background, so many. But that's generally the process that I use, and I know that that was very convoluted, but I hope that that helped. Thank you so much, Abby Lee. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. I have discovered an obsession with curling my hair, and now I am unstoppable. I have not curled my hair in like 10 years. And then I was like not with like a proper curling iron. Usually when you see my hair and it's like fluffy, it's because I've put it in like plaits and I've slept in it. But I discovered a curling iron, and now I don't think I'm ever going to stop, and it might be a problem. I'm glad it looks nice today though. Thank you. Okay, back whence I came, further up here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Interesting. I've noticed that some tarot card books and classes seem to implicitly encourage cold reading. Do you think there is an ethical way to use cold reading for tarot? Oh, 1,000%. And it's something that we cannot avoid. It is just a default of human nature. You can tell when someone walks in through the room, like they'll just walk in through the door, you can just tell from their stance that they're having a really bad day. That's you cold reading. You didn't purposefully do it. It's just something that you did. You see someone sitting at a bus stop and they are doing this, and you can tell that they are really uncomfortable. They're really stressed. You're not intending to do it, but you just figured out something about them automatically, because humans are naturally communal creatures. We are designed to be living in a community setting, and with that comes a lot of reading and understanding social cues. You can tell when someone's pissed off even when they're not saying anything, because their body language just kind of shows it. And that applies to tarot readers as well. And I think the problem that a lot of groups have within the community in general is that they try so hard to get away from the negative things that they almost shoot themselves in the foot in the long run. So we've seen this a lot with the whole witches don't work with the devil, we don't even believe in the devil. Well, I understand the reasoning why that was said, because a lot of people, especially during the 1980s when we had the Satanic Panic, were associating anything that they didn't understand with Satan and with Satanism, even though they didn't understand that either. And so a lot of people were kind of lumped together, and historically witches were always intrinsically linked with forces of evil, Satan, the devil, whatever it is that was referred to. And so obviously when you want to make a practice more appealing, you want to separate it from the things that made it unappealing and scary in the past. And so you start saying, oh, well, witchcraft doesn't work with the devil because witches don't even believe in the devil. But the problem is, in the future, that then becomes a problem, because now you've got people who grew up with the books from the 90s and the 2000s, myself included, who are having to relearn everything, because in reality, witchcraft is not black and white. There are many practitioners who do work with Satan, the devil, the witch's devil, figures that might represent the devil, such as Keranos and Herne. And so to say that witches don't work with the devil is now an inaccurate statement, because while it had good intentions to start off with, Now it just kind of confuses people because it makes people think that all witchcraft is the same and that everyone who practices witchcraft believes the same thing. The same thing happened with cold reading. So when you had like a boom in the popularity of psychics in the 2000s, you then came out with a lot of people who turned out to be fake psychics. I personally don't believe that they were fake psychics, a lot of them. I'm just going to throw my 2 cents in here. I actually think that what probably happens is when you have a very successful psychic reader and they're doing shows, psychic intuition is not something you can just turn on like this. Can you imagine how awkward it is to stand on a stage with 10,000 people looking at you and nothing is coming through? What do? They start faking it. They start doing cold reading. They start doing hot reading on people. They start doing just straight up bullshit readings. And all of a sudden, that society, that culture has a really bad reputation for cold and hot reading. And so people swing the complete opposite way and they go, I'm never going to use cold and hot reading in any of my workings. None of my readings are going to include it. But then we end up shooting ourselves in our foot again because we are so used to reading the body language of everyone around us at all times. We cannot avoid cold reading. Hot reading, we can avoid. So if anyone doesn't know the differences between the two, I've done a full explanation in my Agatha All Along video because that had an entire section in it. That's just how it turned out. Cold reading is when we are gauging information from someone based off their body language, their appearance, their demeanor, as well as the things that they say directly to us. So for instance, one of the examples I gave in that video was if you have a man, like a middle-aged man who looks really down and out, and you can see that he's quite uncomfortable and he doesn't really want anyone to see that he's here because, like, why would he go to a fortune teller or a psychic reader? And he has a tan line on his wedding finger where a wedding ring used to be. You get a spread of cards and it might be, let's have a look, the 10 of Cups reversed, it might be the 2 of Cups reversed, and it might be the 2 of Pentacles. The way that that individual presents themselves can tell you a lot about what those cards mean. So you've got the 10 of Cups, arguably one of the happiest cards in the entire deck. It is a card that typically would represent all of the positive things in life: family, joy, community, love, laughter, happiness, prosperity, all bottled into one. But reversed, it doesn't. It's the counter to that. The 2 of Cups is often about union. Some people consider it a card of marriage. It's about joining together. It's a cup of emotions when that's reversed. Not so much, can be a card of separation, of despair, of loneliness. You have the 2 of Pentacles, which is typically a card about balancing things in your life, weighing it up. If you were to look at the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, it's got a man balancing with 2 pentacles on either hand. And you might go, oh, this could be about anything. This could be absolutely anything. But then you're looking at him and you're taking him in and you go, no, this is a love reading. And that isn't intrinsically bad, because the way someone presents can often tell us the way that reading needs to be heading. And so you can influence it in a way that works out for the betterment of that reading. Now, of course, as with everything, you can take it the wrong way as well. So one thing that some readers will do, it's something to look out for, it's not a massive red flag necessarily, but it can be, is if you've got a reader being like, I've got someone that begins with M. Well, if you're of a certain age and you live in England, almost everyone has got a Mary, a Margaret in their family. Everyone's got a Mary or a Margaret. So you're thinking, I'm getting an M, I'm getting an M, and they're going, oh, I know who that is, it's my Auntie Mary, or it's my great aunt, I was going to say Magatha, but that's not real, like Maggie. And you have then given the reader so much information, and they can then go, oh, of course it is, it totally is, I know exactly who that is now. I'm seeing that she's holding a chest area. I'm holding a chest. What's going on here? She had something going on here. And then the person's like, oh my God, I know what it is. She had a heart attack. This is what it is. She's holding her chest because she's having a heart attack. And in reality, that reader is just pulling shit out of their arse because you're giving them so much information. Both of those are cold reading. One of them is definitely more nefarious than the other. The alternative would be hot reading. So hot reading is, say, like someone has booked a tarot appointment with you and you take their first name and their surname and they type it into Facebook and they look through your open public Facebook page. Don't do that, by the way. Make sure that your Facebook pages are private or just for your friends and family only. So many scam artists can get your information this way. Please don't. But hot reading is someone who has looked up information about you first. So they've seen that you just quit your job or they've seen that you've just had a baby. And so in that reading, they can be like, oh, I'm sensing an energy that you're having to look after. There's a new energy that's entered into your life. Maybe a young child, perhaps. And then you go, oh my God, I've not told anyone that yet. And like, you can see how this can become a problem, right? So hot reading is more of a problem than cold reading is, because hot reading is like purposefully looking up information to then pretend that you've gotten that information from another source. It's you posting on Facebook that you've just got your dream job. And then the reader being like, oh, I see celebrations have been had. Congratulations on your new job. And then they're like, oh my God, I've only told my friends and family that. Like, how did this person know? It's because you've got a public Facebook profile. Stop it. Make that shit private for your own safety, please. So hot and cold reading can be used for both positive and for negative. Hot reading's usually more of a negative thing. Because, yeah, I mean, some people will do this. If you look a certain way, so if you are, say, of a certain age, if you are in, like, your mid-30s, you are a woman, they'll go, oh, children. And you go, no. And they're like, oh, well, that's completely thrown me off because I assume that every single woman that's in their mid-30s has children. It's like, that's what you get for assuming. You know what happens. Don't assume. Like, or you'll often find it, fake readers will often go after older women usually, because women are often the general demographic for tarot readers anyway. It's quite uncommon to find men going for tarot readers. It's not unseen, but it's definitely more uncommon. And older women will usually be very sentimental. They will usually have a lot of family members that they've lost, and so they are a great target audience for scam artists, which is why anytime I'd recommend going for a reading, make sure that you are going to someone reputable, someone whom you've heard good information about from other people that you trust, not just like TripAdvisor reviews. We're talking like word and mouth, people that you know in your day-to-day life. We are talking about someone who doesn't want a lot of information off you. If they need your full name, your date of birth, your address, your this, that, the other, they're probably doing it to look you up. So typically readers don't want that much information. They will allow the reading to take them however they want. But if you are a reader, I wouldn't necessarily be scared of cold reading, because it is a default of our nature. And if you're focusing so much on not cold reading someone, you're not going to be paying attention to that working. Instead, what I would say is allow the reading to lead rather than the cold reading. So don't look at a 35-year-old woman who looks a bit tired and look at the cards and go, oh my God, this must be about a child. Instead, look at the cards, look at the reading, and then have your opinion and the energy of the person be secondary to that. It can still be used. It can still be incredibly useful to give context to the cards, but it shouldn't be used as a way of forcing the cards to fit. So in that example I used at the very start of that man who has a tan line for a wedding ring, or you believe it to be a wedding ring, you start doing a reading and every single card that you're getting up is actually about finances. It's actually about money. And you look at him and you go, well, it's a down and out middle-aged man who's got a tan line where his wedding ring must be. It must be about relationships. But the cards aren't saying that. The cards are actually probably saying that he's having a financial crisis and he's had to sell his wedding ring in order to pay his rent. And instead you're like, oh, this is definitely a love reading. You're allowing the cold reading to dictate the cards instead of the other way around. That's probably the best advice I can give on that, is it's all layers, but the fundamental base layer needs to be what those cards are saying, instead of what you are expecting the cards to say. And this is also why it is, for some people, harder to read for themselves, because some people do have a tendency to allow circumstances to control the meaning of the cards rather than the other way around. So if they really, really want a positive outcome to a reading for themselves, they're more likely to read those cards in an unfairly positive way than an objective way. And some people do have a much harder time doing this than others, so it's definitely going to depend on how you read personally. I know that was like an entire section. Yeah, exactly. Or it's alimony payments troubling him. Like there's so many things that circumstance can be. So it's about letting the cards lead the situation. I mean, if anyone wants kind of the full in-depth kind of like word salad, it is in the Agatha All Along video, because it just fitted with the sections of that video. Right, let's have a look-see. What are your views on Baphomet? A very, very interesting figure. I like the balance, like the as above, so below, feminine, masculine. It's going to sound really weird for me to say this, but it's very human in a way that I find a lot of figures and deities are often not presented as being. Baphomet, despite being almost seen as this like antithesis, like this, is antithesis the right word? Like the opposing of humanity, if anything, is more human to me than a lot of other figures. And I always think that's very interesting. People have very strong reactions to the figure. And often those reactions are not fueled from knowledge of the figure, they're fueled of fear of the figure. It's one of those very divisive characters, figures, deities, beings, however you want to describe them. It tends to split the community quite a lot. You've got some people who really, really love the symbolism of it. You've got some people who really love the figure themselves, and you've got some people that absolutely hate them. Yeah, it could have been a podcast episode, couldn't it? That entire hot and cold reading. To be fair, I might end up taking the bits that I've spoken about before and then making it into a separate thing, because, the number of people that I've known who've got scammed by readers. I do own Baphomet slippers. I do. They're very cute. They've got little, like the little spike on the top of their head, it kind of flops around. They're very, very cute. Right. I am here. What sort of things would you recommend for a beginner who's interested in colour, rainbows, crystals, nature, symbols, and drawn to the idea of Gaia? I would take all of that original stuff and push it to the sideline for a minute. So take out colour, rainbows, crystals, maybe not nature, but symbols. Take all of that out and focus on the nature and the Gaia. Focus on that as a core part with your beginner practices. 4 notifications in a row. That always worries me. Someone bought a deck. Thank you. Whoever that is. They probably are not watching right now. They probably have no idea who I am whatsoever, but thank you. What was I saying? Take out all of kind of the additional things and let's just stick with like the nature and the Gaia, this like earth energy, this natural energy, because that's going to massively help you going forwards. So if you're tying this into your beginner practices, you're going to start forming a connection with the natural world, and that's going to massively help guide you into what it is that you then want to be working with going forwards. You might find then that you are attracted to things in the natural world. So this could be certain trees that you are drawn to. Maybe you're drawn to the ivy, and everywhere you go you see ivy and it's like a magnet that's drawing you in. Maybe you find slate, that's really common, or maybe you find pebbles out on your nature walks that you start wanting to work with in your magical practice. And maybe you find quartz that's washed up on the side of a river that you can then work with. And it's about building up those layers. I wouldn't necessarily go in with all of it. I'd say start with kind of that natural world aspect, because that's going to be a massive benefit to your like foundational practice. and then build onto that. You might find that in the natural world, certain seasons, certain lights might remind you of rainbows. You might see rainbows flitting through the leaves in the trees, and that might be the perfect time for you to do your spells or rituals. Or you might find that there's a certain stone that you find that are colours that really call out to you, and you want to include them in your working, and maybe Gaia or whoever it is you end up working with starts calling out to use that as well. So I wouldn't necessarily jump in with all of it. I'd pick something that you feel really significant, focus in on that, and then see where that takes you, because you'll likely find it's going to like gravitate you in a way that you maybe weren't expecting. Oh, this is very different to me, my opinions on this, but that's because I know people who are part of OBOD, and so that does change it. What are your thoughts on OBOD and modern druidry in general? To me, it seems shallow. I could draw some comparisons to Wicca, but I know that may not be appreciated by some. Now, I know quite a lot of people who are members of OBOD who do talks and musicians and all of this stuff that are a part of it. I think it's really wonderful. I think the important distinction that needs to be made, though, as with this comparison to Wicca, is that this is not an ancient style of practice. It is drawn on older styles of practice, but fundamentally it is being reclaimed, and that means it is not necessarily authentic. Do I think that authenticity means better? No. And for me, I think that might be an unpopular opinion. I know a lot of people think that authentic is the most important thing to be striving towards. I think that it has a tendency to lead to elitism. This is not like a personal thing at anyone involved, by the way. It's just, I think that sometimes there is this idea that only original is worthwhile, and anyone who practices anything that isn't 100% authentic is therefore not authentic themselves. And the reality is that in the pagan community as a whole, most of what we deal with is not historical, 100% authentic. There's always going to be bits where we've pieced things together. We've made mythology where there wasn't before. I mean, the Victorians were really, really good at this. They made a lot of mythology and folklore that did not exist before that point. And that is historical to us, but to them it was brand spanking new. So for me, I find it to be a very beautiful thing in a way, because it gives people a sense of community where a lot of people feel very isolated in their own magical practice. And I think people find a lot of joy from learning from other people, of being part of something. And that's definitely not going to be for everyone. Some people are going to very much prefer to be solitary, and they want their practice to be their thing, and they don't want to share it with anyone, and that is just as valid too. But yeah, I understand where people come from when they say that they don't really like it and that it feels very surface level. But I think there's definitely pros and cons to kind of all sides of it. And having met plenty of people who are a part of kind of modern druidry and OBOD specifically, they are such wonderful people who are so genuine in their own practice and their own understanding of the world. I think that then shapes my opinions as a whole, and perhaps if I didn't know people who were a part of it, I would perhaps have different opinions, but I guess I'll never know, unless all of a sudden a snap happens and half the people disappear. But yeah, it's an interesting topic. I'd love to know other people's opinions as well. Right, let's have a look-see. Okay. I'm looking to move house soon. Would it be recommended to cleanse the house first? No. Because, well, okay, it depends. If you've gone into a space and it feels awful, like you know that there's something there that is horrible, you do not want to deal with it, I do not want to put up with this energy, then sure, cleanse it. But if you are entering into a space for the first time and you have no idea what that energy is going to be like, then maybe don't. Sit with it for a while, spend a bit of time there, see whether the energy is something that you can learn to live with, if you enjoy it, if spirits are around that maybe you might want to relocate or maybe you might be comfortable with, and then assess from there what it is that you want to do. I know some people are like, nope, I'm cleansing the house straight away. But like, I have not cleansed here, and there's lots of spirits that reside here. Some are positive, some are less so. Don't go into the basement is all I can say. And I'm quite content with them being here. We've got kind of a good understanding, whereas some people might have walked in and just cleansed the entire place, and they'd lose all of those good spirits and energies as well. So I'd say be patient with it. If you need to, you can do it at a later point. Any recent events that affirmed your belief in spirits? Not something... have I? Not something since the tissue box incident. Which is the stupidest name I could have applied to it. I don't think I've had anything since the tissue box incident. Which, for anyone who wasn't here a couple months ago, I was lying on the sofa reading, and I had a tissue box sitting on the side table that I can see over the top of the book. I think I was facing that way around anyway. I have it written down anyway so that I can document. I always document everything so that even if my memory fails, I have a copy of what happened when it happened. And I'm sitting there reading and it's silent in my room, and I hear the sound of a tissue scraping against the cardboard in the tissue box. And I look up and I see a tissue being pulled out of the tissue box. And I just stared at it for a minute and went, okay, and then just kept reading. And from that point, I've not had anything massive since. That was just a few months ago, though, so we will see. I always have little bits and pieces, odd things that happen and whatnot, but I try to not over-assume. I tend to go, that was weird, maybe that was nothing. And then just kind of carry on with my day. Can you tell us your favourite historical place to visit or places to visit? Oh my goodness, I have so many, and that becomes a problem. If we're looking like places that a lot of people in the UK can access, as in you don't need any further membership for anything, then Oxford is incredible as a city. It is so historic. It is so beautiful. There's so much to see and there's so much intrigue there, and it is incredible. Like, you can see the old tower, which was the actual like part of the town wall at one point, or the city wall at one point. You can go on ghost tours there. You can go on walking tours for the university. If anyone has read A Discovery of Witches or The Discovery of Witches, the entire first book, well, most of it, is set in Oxford, and it is absolutely incredible. It's my favourite city in the entirety of the UK so far. I have not been to them all. So that is always incredible. History-wise, there's just so much going on there. If we're talking like pagan history, then we're looking at Stonehenge. It's incredible. It's not somewhere you'd probably want to visit like a dozen times, but it is... It has a very nice energy to it. It's very interesting. It's a place where if you're going to go somewhere once, go to Stonehenge. You can pay to go just on the day. If you have a National Trust or an English Heritage membership, you can use either of them to get in for free as part of your membership. It's so cool. Like, they have an entire like museum section where you can like learn more about the people that were found there, because there was a grave is a very loose term, that was found there, and you can learn about the history of it. It's very interesting. Otherwise, anything that is owned by the National Trust. I feel like I should have a National Trust sponsorship by now. Hey, National Trust, if you are interested in sponsoring a content creator on YouTube, even though that's definitely not something that you do, my emails are open. Because I love the National Trust. You can pay per visit. You can have a membership. So many historical places you can visit. Like, you can visit, where have I been to when we've been away places? Honestly, anywhere in the Cotswolds is stunning. Absolutely gorgeous. If you follow me on Instagram, most of the fancy places I visit are National Trust, and I say where they are, and you can like look through them all. There's so many. Anything National Trust. I know that's so vague, but like, there's just too many to pick from. They're so lovely. Okay, next question. Let's have a look. See, do you believe that everything happens for a reason? Or if things are meant to be, if they happen? Yes. And that is because I have had so many experiences where I think, oh man, if this hadn't have happened when it happened, I wouldn't have been able to find this. And there are examples that I'm not going to share because they're very personal, and it's not something that I'm not, you might have noticed, I tend to keep very private to myself. But there are certain circumstances in my life where even recently where I've gone, wow, so if I didn't get messed around here, and if this didn't happen here, and if I didn't do that on that day, and if instead I decided to not do this at all, then this wouldn't have happened and that wouldn't have happened. And when you like go back, you're like, oh, it really is like a giant butterfly effect, isn't it? It really is like one thing triggers so many other things. And there's plenty of things in my life where they're really deep and profound, but to me, they're just kind of normal. So like, don't be alarmed when I say any of this, because I'm fine, everything's fine. But like, even thinking of like YouTube, if I hadn't have been in a really, really bad mental place, I wouldn't have gone and got the therapy that I really needed to be able to progress and be where I am now. And if I hadn't have done that, I wouldn't have been given the advice by the gentleman that I was seeing to put my energy into something I was really passionate about. And if I hadn't have been given that advice because of that terrible circumstance, I wouldn't have made my YouTube channel. And if I hadn't have made my YouTube channel, I would probably be working in a lab somewhere, doing something completely different with my life. And instead, I'm here doing something I'm really passionate about. I get to read books that I'm fascinated by, and I get to talk to some amazing people. And it feels very like a domino effect. And I apply that very strongly into my magic as well. So like with my witchcraft, I'll often describe things as like pulling threads. Like, it's easier to work witchcraft when things are already on threads that you're able to tug. If you have to do so much weaving of things, it's a lot harder for things to manifest. But you'll often find that when you're doing spells and rituals, if you want to manifest something, the smallest of tugs on something else in your life can often domino affect everything that you wanted into place, which is why it's so useful to do readings before you do spells and rituals, because then you can figure out which threads you need to pull on to have the best result for that particular working. Oh my goodness, this is such a cool question. If we were in an alternative reality where witches were the normal and you were a professor at a witchy college, what would you teach? Oh, that's so interesting. I don't know. Let's have a look. See what do I find the most interesting? Oh, sorry, I should not be this excited about this. Okay, it would either be maybe like history of magic, because let's face it, if I can read a history book on witchcraft, I will read a history book on witchcraft, and I get to be the stuffy history teacher that everyone dislikes in high school. And so that's definitely an option. I also like the idea of teaching perhaps less tasteful practices, maybe things that are a little bit more baneful in nature. That's not to say that it's like a preferred style of practice for me. Like, I don't want anyone to be like, oh my God, love and light, the rule of three. I don't want anyone to be doing that, because that's not what I mean. But like, I find the topic of baneful magic so fascinating, because when you can pick it apart and when you can understand how things are done and why things are done, you are then able to apply that into so many other areas of magical practice. You are able to take all of that, like dark arts teacher, you're able to take all of that and apply it into protection magic. Or you can adapt all of those workings so you can literally turn them on their head and completely change something that was really negative into something really positive. And so I like how flexible that style of practice is and how learning about it can be so powerful. So I like the idea of doing that. I think that would be really cool. Honestly though, anything would be awesome, wouldn't it? I'd just be that teacher. I'd be like the supply teacher. I'd be that, oh, such and such is out sick, can you teach? Yes. I will teach anything, just give me a class, that's fine. I will do it. I kind of wish these kind of things were real. I think that could be really cool. But alas, not really. Bum, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum. Oh, here we go. So this is back onto the card readings again. Let's have a look. When shuffling cards for a daily card reading, would you read cards that jump out and there's more than one card? Or would you read a card that jumps out but not completely fall out of the deck? Okay, let's have a look. Would you read cards that jump out and then there's more than one card? Would you read? Yeah, so basically, let me grab my deck again, shall I? Let me grab this. So you don't have to do cards that jump out. I mean, I do, but that's because my cards tend to be very, very jumpy. So if I am just shuffling casually like I would for just like a daily reading, let's see if anything kind of comes out, shall we? Let's see what happens. While I'm doing this, if anyone wants to let me know in the chat what you would be if you were to be a teacher of a magical class, what would you decide to teach? I would love to know. So I would just be shuffling along. And if I felt the urge to stop, say like here, I might want to stop and pull a card out from here. Or I could just keep going. And I will typically try and get cards back in the deck again. So if a card kind of gets a little bit stuck on the top of that deck, as can sometimes happen, like there, it kind of gets a little bit stuck, but I will try to get it back in. I wouldn't count those because that's because I'm purposefully exaggerating for the purpose of a video. I will always try to purposefully get cards to go back into the deck again. But if you're finding one where it doesn't seem to matter what you do, it will not go back in and it's just stuck at the top of that deck, like that, right? See that? That is now hooked on my finger. So that would be the card that I take, this one, which is the Emperor, which is a card I get so often, I can't even joke. I probably get the Emperor in almost every single one of my readings multiple times over. I would use that card because it got firmly stuck on the top of that deck. If, however, I had like 3 cards that came skitting out and they all just kind of leapt out, I would read all of them because they're probably going to relate to one another. They're probably all going to be symbolic in their own way. Ooh, what do we have here? Let's have a look. I'd have Hagrid's job or potions. Nature magic, mushrooms and fungi, water magic. What else have we got? Elementary, herbology, folklore, potions and energetic transference. Very nice. Magic potions, home class, magical home economics. I like it. Crystals and amulet design, transfiguration and therapy for coexisting with other beings. You guys are so much more creative than I was with mine. Science magic, nature and fairies, art-based magic, scrying symbology of objects, or yeah, like crystals, colours and numbers. Forbidden magical items, that sounds really cool. Alchemy, demonology, that's a good one. That's a really good one. Alchemy and gardening. So cool. Yeah, I would love if this could be real. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? That would be so cool. Right. So with this one, I actually have an entire video on it. So I will direct you over to there. How do you work with ancestors if I don't know mine? Can I be adopted by ancestors of the land I live now as an immigrant without family? So I have an entire video on ancestor altars, and in that it covers a range of different ways that you can work with ancestors, including the known dead and the unknown dead, ancestors by your chosen family, ancestors by blood that go back hundreds of years, lots of options. You can work with kind of land spirits and the energies and the spirits of humans that reside on the land. That's definitely an option, but specifically for ancestors, I would recommend that video. Let's have a look, see, what do we have here? Would you please consider doing a book club? Oh, I'd love to read the same books you're reading right now, and then we could do a voice call group chat about each book's chapters as we read them. So I've been asked to do this a lot, and I will be honest, I don't think it's something I will be able to do because of how I read books. And just to put this into perspective now. So at the moment, I'm currently reading The Witch by Ronald Hutton. I'm also reading 2 different books on mirror magic. I'm just starting to read Emily Wilde's Encyclopedia of Fairies. I am also reading Into the Uncanny by Danny Robbins, and I'm also reading... Oh my goodness, I've even forgot it. The second in the series of the Angel Fall books. And I'm doing that all at the same time. And it takes me about 6 months to read all of those books because I do them simultaneously. And that has consistently been the problem with doing a book club, is one, I'm very forgetful and I will forget to catch up with everyone and I will just abandon people and forget that you exist. I do not do it intentionally. I'm really sorry if I do it. And I read so weirdly that I don't know if I could actually sit and read a book from start to finish in one go without also reading like 4 other books. So I don't know. We'll see where the future takes us. But at the moment, I don't think I'm the kind of person for a book club. Not because I don't love books and reading, but because I read like a crazy person. And I don't mean that like I read lots of books really quickly. I mean, I read lots of books and forget what happened in most of them. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, here we go. I went to Boscastle for my birthday in October after watching one of your videos about the Witch Museum there. I loved it, by the way. I'm so glad. Are there any other places you can recommend? Obviously my favourite is always going to be Glastonbury. It depends on how magical you want to be, because like I love like just nature in general. So Glastonbury is always top of my list. Oxford is always top of my list if you want a lot of history. And if you like literary history, Oxford is really good for that, because a lot of the legends of classic literature lived or were inspired by Oxford. So you've got like J.R.R. Tolkien, because you've got like Lord of the Rings is set there. Well, not set there, but like the inspiration for it was there. So like in the villages that surround Oxford, you actually have the door that inspired the doors in Lord of the Rings. It's so cool. I got a photo taken there. I was very happy. You then obviously have Glastonbury for the witchiness. There's lots of places. And I would typically recommend... I know it sounds like I'm plugging my own Instagram, but I would recommend checking out my Instagram just for the places that I've been to, so you can see what kind of catches your eye. Because I like historic places like Tintsfield. Tintsfield is gorgeous. Absolutely beautiful. I believe it is in... I can't remember what county Tintsfield is in. Somerset. Yeah, Tintsfield is in Somerset. So if you're going like to Glastonbury or whatnot, you can go to like Tintsfield. It is an ornate Victorian Gothic revival house with extensive garden and parkland, just a stone's throw from Bristol, as taken from the National Trust website. I love places like that. So any kind of National Trust historical place, I'm down for it. I really, really want to make a trip to York though this year. Well, next year. I want to go to York. I want to go on a ghost tour. I want to go round at like night and have like a tour guide and go to all the ghosty spots. And like, I really want to do a ghost tour. So maybe York is somewhere that I will be able to recommend in the future. It's been recommended to me like a whole bunch. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. My lisp does not like that. Squirrel Wizard. I like your name. I find it hard to pronounce. Thank you so much. Yeah, I've always had a bit of an issue with some words. I lisp a little on some things, and Squirrel Wizard is definitely one of them. Okay, let's have... Oh, goodness, that's very, very bright. Where am I? I am somewhere here. Da, 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 da. I think my mind gets in the way of and sabotages my spell work. Do you have any advice for not doubting your spells as you cast them? Don't even think about it. And that is so much easier said than done. I know, it's so infuriating. What I would say is, if you want reassurance, because I am a kind of person, I like reassurance. I like reassurance in all areas of my life. I'm that kind of person where I'm like, do you still like me? and Phil, my best friend, is like, we've been friends for like 14 years. Of course I still like you. And I'm like, but are you sure? And everyone around me gets annoyed. But I like reassurance, right? So if you really, really want reassurance, channel that energy into a reading about the spell that you've just done. So rather than doing, I'm very guilty of it, the spiraling, I think a lot of people do the spiraling. Instead of doing that, direct it into a reading. So do a reading before you do a working, see how successful that working is going to be before you even start. If it says, not going to be successful, there's no point in even doing it. Try something else. If that reading says, yes, it's likely to be successful, then, hi Jamie, I was expecting you to be very, very asleep right now. What was I saying? Brain mush. What was I saying? Oh yes, yeah, that's it. So if the reading says like, yes, this is fine, this is great, go ahead with it, do the working. And then if in like a week, you're like, oh, I don't know if this is going to work, I don't know how I feel about this, I'm not getting results yet, direct all of that stressed out energy into a tarot reading and see what it says again. You're still working, you're crazy. You are an actual crazy person. For anyone who is listening who's wondering how I know the ins and outs of a random person's life, I do actually know Jamie in my real life. I promise I'm not just like having like a weird parasocial relationship with someone online. But then channel all of your kind of nervous energy into your reading, see what it says. If it says, it's all good. It's all good. Trust it. Believe it. If it says, okay, this isn't going to work out quite the way you wanted, you can then do follow-up and you can be like, okay, well, what can I do to improve the situation? So I would say rather than be worried about it kind of going kaputski and not working out on you, instead try and focus that energy into something that will. So if that reading says you need to do more work, then figure out where it is that you can apply more active work in your practice. Is it making sigils? Is it doing some more meditations? Is it working with a particular spirit, a particular deity? Is it working with a particular plant? What is it that you need to do? And then direct your energy into that. The alternative is to just not think about it, which I know is like the hardest thing to do. If you are like hyper focused in on like one thing, the last thing that you want to do is to not think about it. But they do often say, when you've done a working, do not even think about it anymore. It's in the past, just keep moving forwards. It's definitely something that is hard to maintain, really hard to maintain. So if you need to, channel it into things that you need to. Oh yes, I'll answer this kind of in while I'm here because it applies. Could you add into the spell to give you signs that a working is progressing? Yes, definitely. So you can do this kind of twofold. So you can have a time limit on a working. So what you would do is if you've done a prosperity working, you can say, okay, I would like to achieve this in the next 2 months. You've then given it a deadline for when you need that working to be worked by. When you need it to be done by, you've given it a deadline. And then if it goes past that deadline, you know that it hasn't worked and you can try something else. You can also do it where you can say, okay, well, I would like to know that this working is starting to manifest. Can you show me? And then you're going to want to give it something fairly specific, perhaps a little unusual. Perhaps you want to see 3 doves on a Tuesday morning. See what happens. Now, obviously, the danger of this is that you might be looking for signs, and that's not something that you really want to be doing. So you could just say, and can someone, if you work with anyone, let me know when this is starting to manifest, just so I can have a gauge of when things are starting to move. And then you might find that something comes through in dreams, something comes through in a tarot reading, something comes through in a trance or astral projection or something or other. Something will happen that will kind of show you like, yeah, this is going. We're doing something. So that's the other way of doing it. You can kind of add it in as like an added part of that working, like a caveat to that working. I pull my hair out from behind my ear and I'm not convinced that I like it. This is the danger when you look at yourself on camera on a daily basis. You see things about yourself that you had no idea about. Like, People will mention things and you're like, I didn't even notice that. Someone, it's a tangent, but I feel like it's a really funny story. Someone at the very, very start of my YouTube career told me that it looked like I had one eye that belonged to someone else. And I have not been able to unsee it ever since. One of my eyes is a different shape to the other. And now every single time I'm editing a video, I'm like, think they're right, you know. I think, do I have someone else's eye? Did I steal it at birth? What happened here? You see things about yourself, and there's like mannerisms where you go, oh, I didn't know I did that. I say a lot. I edit it out so often in all of my videos. And when I'm listening back to the live streams to try and put them on the podcast, oh my goodness, the amount of ums I have to take out. I need to avoid doing that. Let's have a look, see. Do you ever get inspiration from video games or any media that involves magic? I often get a lot of inspiration from Skyrim. Yes, so it's where the What They Got Right series actually came from. Whereas I was watching, well, it depends on what I'm watching. There's a lot of stuff magic-wise, like The Craft, Practical Magic, Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, Agatha All Along. And as I was watching these shows, especially the Chilling Adventures of Sabrina, because I watched it when it came out. When did Chilling Adventures of Sabrina start coming out? A good question. When did that come out? 2018. Yes? Yeah, 2018. So I was watching that, and I was kind of looking at it going, I recognise that. I know that. Oh my god, I should do a working like that. Why have I never thought of doing that? Oh, that's a great way of doing it. I love the use of the spiders. And I'm sitting there and I'm finding I'm taking notes, and I'm like, I'm inspired by a TV show right now. That should not be how it works. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I watch that involve magic where I end up taking notes. So if anyone ever watches, like, no one wants to watch Agatha All Along with me right now, because I pause it every 4.5 seconds to take notes, and it's really annoying to watch anything with me. So anyone who wants to watch like Practical Magic with me, which, Jamie, we need to watch Practical Magic, please, pretty please. I promise I won't pause it a bajillion times. I have to watch it with people on like the 3rd or 4th run through, otherwise I will stop and take notes. I am infuriating. I'm really annoying to watch stuff with. I am that person where when watching Lord of the Rings, I'll be like, did you know he actually broke bones doing that? And everyone is like, did you really have to talk right now? Could you not just let this run out without running commentary? I talk. You've never heard of Practical Magic? Okay, now we have to watch it. It's amazing. Sandra Bullock. It's a witchy movie. It's great. I'll love it. You'll probably hate it. But yeah, I am that person where I will narrate everything, and I drive people up the wall. I even narrate adverts. I'm like, that person's wearing fake eyelashes instead of using the real mascara, or that's a scam. I'm so infuriating to watch things with. But usually I will be inspired by like TV shows and movies. Less so from like games. But I think that's because to be fair though, I really want to play Baldur's Gate 3. Oh, I really want to play it so bad, but like I never sit at the PC and like play games. I'm usually like on my laptop. The games that I play are really, really boring. I will play like the same run through of The Sims 15 times with different characters. Like, I will always end up being a vampire or a spellcaster because I want to live forever, obviously, and therefore, no matter how the story starts, I will always end up draining the life out of all of the townspeople. And I will almost always be a painter on it because painting is the best career for money in The Sims 4. And I'm just so predictable. Like, I'll play Stardew Valley and I'll always go after the exact same characters. I'll play Animal Crossing and I'll build things in the exact same way. Do I like routine and ritual? Maybe a little bit too much. So I don't end up getting like inspiration from things like that. If anyone has any games though that are like heavily magic oriented, let me know because I need a new hobby. And reading 5 books at the same time just isn't cutting it anymore. My hobby has now become watching crypto videos on YouTube. That's how far my hobbies have fallen. I used to paint. I used to play music. I used to do think now I'm watching crypto videos on YouTube as a form of a hobby. I need to get a life, is what I'm saying. So if anyone has any like recommendations, I would really appreciate them for like games that you think I would like, because I can't play the same Sims playthrough one more time, I don't think. Well, that's what I do as well. Alexandra says, I love watching game playthroughs of games I'll never have the skill to actually play. I watch people play horror games because I am an absolute wuss. If someone just moves quickly, I will jump like a cat. Like the toaster went off the other day. I nearly jumped out of my bloody skin. I was like those cats on those Instagram videos where like they lose their mind when the toaster pops. Horror games, not for me. I can watch someone else play them because if it ever becomes too scary, I can just turn it off and then I can go back to watching like Sims playthroughs. Oh yeah, I can't do World of Warcraft again. I got completely hooked when I was at university. I basically spent every spare minute of my life playing World of Warcraft. I was a night elf, a rogue, obviously. That's the only character I ever seemed to play. And I was so obsessed with that game, I had to actually, like, purposefully put it to one side because I knew that I couldn't afford to keep doing the subscription when I finished uni. Because I was like using my student finance to help fuel my World of Warcraft obsession, and so I had to stop that. But every day I'm so tempted to just log back in again and just jump back into being a night elf rogue. But no, I have to keep stopping myself. Have you read Practical Magic before? I haven't read it. No, I've only ever seen the film. Now I try to watch the material before I try to read the material before I watch it. So I just finished reading almost all of the All Souls books, so the Discovery of Witches books. The only ones I haven't read are the ones that are like spin-offs. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. I haven't read those ones yet. And then I'm going to start watching the TV show so that I can get into the witchy magical spirit, because the books are incredible. But yeah, Practical Magic, I've never read the books. I probably need to. Tabletop role-playing games. Oh, see, here's my problem, right? I cringe. I viscerally cringe. And so, for me, play acting, I don't think that's going to happen. I can't. I have the embarrassment of someone who has been shoved naked on a stage with thousands of people in front of them. That's my level of embarrassment 24/7. I don't think tabletop games would be for me. I couldn't do like the role play of it. I'd just be like, can we do it without the role play? I mean, I'm sure you can, but like I feel like that's like part of the fun of it that would just be gone. And it's because I feel cringe as like a physical pain. I can't watch cringy movies. I can't deal with the cringe. I walk out if there's cringe. So, let's have a look-see. I really should get back to what I'm doing, but I'm going to check in on this later to see what recommendations people have. I have thought about playing Skyrim, though, for a very long time, but I keep thinking to myself, oh, that's probably a bad idea. I actually have The Witcher 3 that I probably need to finish that too. Right. Where was I? Would you consider doing any group rituals on Patreon? I definitely pay a higher tier for this. As in like where we all get together in person or where we all get together like digitally? Like, ooh, it does sound interesting. I mean, I'm going to throw this out there. I mentioned it last month. I'm going to throw this out there again. Where I'm going to say I am starting to do in 2025 talks, like in-person talks. And I suppose one of the options for that, is that better? I feel like I was so blown out. One of the options for that is to kind of maybe start doing like a group ritual type thing. Once again, it comes down to the fact that cringe. I struggle with like being the lead of a group. Like when I was working with the group, I was never ever like the high priestess in the group. We would like rotate around different people. Couldn't do it. I don't like telling people what to do. I feel bad. Like even if they're like trusting me to do it, I'm like, can you go stand over there, please, if it isn't too much of a bother? I don't want to be a bother. Are you okay? I didn't mean to talk to you in such a harsh manner. I'm sorry. That's me. And I don't know if group rituals are necessarily the thing, but I know that I will at least be doing public speaking. And so what I'm hoping, I can't promise this yet because I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to do it. I am going to ask the organizer in January whether I can do this. I'm tempted to actually record, see if I'm allowed to film the in-person talks to then post them as Patreon exclusives. Now, I don't know if I'm going to be allowed to do that, but that is something that I am thinking of doing like in the next year, because if I'm going to do public speaking, I like the idea that other people that want to listen who can't go in person can also experience it, because not everyone's going to be able to go to Mansfield in England, you know, when people are all over the world. Play Fable. Yes. Okay, so I have Fable. Yeah, I have Fable, Fable 2, and Fable 3. Fable 2 was always my favourite on the Xbox 360, I think, if we're thinking of the same games. Oh, I love it. Aren't they meant to be making, like, a new Fable movie? Not movie, a new Fable game. I need Fable. It was amazing. Fable. I should probably emphasise that I mean game, not just a random short story. Fable, Fable, Fable. Have they already made... Did I miss it? Wait. I might have already missed the fact that they made a new Fable game. Did I? Did I? Hang on. Hang on. What? Fable? 2004. Fable The Lost Chapters in 2005. Fable 2 in 2008. Fable 3 in 2010. Fable Anniversary in 2014. Fable 2025. Ah! They are doing a new one. Okay, well, if I disappear for several weeks in 2025, do not fear, I will be obsessively playing Fable. Because that is like... It was bad when I was obsessively playing Fable. I remember being at uni and I would be in my flat and I'd be like, oh, I'm just going to be on Fable for like, I'll just go on for like an hour and then I'll start my university coursework. It's fine. And the sun came up. And I didn't notice that the sun came up because I was still playing Fable. It might be a problem. I think it's the reason why I stopped gaming so much in the first place, was because I was losing so much time. I have a one-track mind. If I'm focused on something, it's all I'm focusing on. So I would get started playing and I'd be like, one more quest. Oh, side quest. I need to go and fill in this section of the map. And then before you know it, it's 5 o'clock in the morning and you have an 8 a.m. lecture and you've got to walk an hour to be able to get there, and it was not great. So, yeah. It's one of those hobbies where I really want to get into it, but like it's tricky. Have you played Fields of Mysteria? Ooh, that sounds magical. Fields of Mysteria. Oh, Steam. Yes, please. Thank you. Oh, that looks so cute. Okay, that's going on my wish list. Enshrouded is magical and you can build. Oh, I know that I need to get back to talking about Witchcraft again, but this is just so excited. Oh, Enshrouded on Steam. Ooh, that looks interesting. Oh, okay, saved into my wish list. Yes. Oh yeah, I've played Sky Children of Light. That is very nice. It's very like soothing. Oh, you can even see a concert of Aurora in it. Really? Okay. Aurora is one of those characters where she's a person, she's a fucking person. But like every so often, you know how earlier I had that random song in my head of like that, right? I will have Aurora's section from the second Frozen movie in my head randomly, bearing in mind I don't even like the Frozen movies. I've never seen Frozen 2, right? But Aurora's bit, you know, of that like that bit gets stuck in my head on repeat, and it's so magical. Like I feel like Aurora needs to come out with like a ritual playlist. Like she needs to come out with like her beautiful vocals in just like an ambient setting that you can put on in the background of spells and rituals, and I would listen to that shit on repeat. Like she needs to do it. She's just got such a beautiful voice, and like that would be incredible. She probably never would, but like that would be amazing. Anyway, I'm gonna get off the tangent that I was on and get back to where I was. let's have a look. See, here we go. So, how do you differentiate ghost versus energy activity? I remember you explaining it can be energy left behind, which can cause repetitions of doors closing, for example. Is there a book you recommend? So there's not really a book in particular that I recommend for this. My information mostly comes from trial and error. Like just feeling things out and figuring out what works best, like what fits the situation best. Generally speaking, though, it's energy that's left behind is going to be unresponsive. And that's the main distinction. So if, for instance, okay, I'm going to use my house as a good example of this, right? So I will have, there's been negative activity in my basement. Ever since my dad drilled into one of the brick walls, they didn't like that very much, right? That change in behavior went away when we apologized. And that means it is responsive to your behavior. So it isn't like a nerve reaction. So if you tap your knee, your leg will kick automatically, right? It is a default response that you can't control. Okay, I feel like I'm not explaining this very well. I'm going to strip it back to raw basics. So when we're talking about activity in a house, you can have active hauntings. These are spirits that are actively residing or within that space that are causing phenomena like moving objects, strange sensations, sounds, cold spots, hot spots, things like that. You can also have what is leftover energy. So this could be caused by the repetition of an event in life. So for instance, a maid walking up and down a flight of stairs 20 times a day, every day for 30 years is going to leave energy left behind. It's that echo effect. Or it could be from a traumatic event. So for instance, you see it a lot in old properties. White ladies are often seen on staircases, and it's because they've fallen down the stairs. And that traumatic event has left an energetic imprint on the building itself. And so you may well hear someone walking up and down the stairs. You may well hear someone falling down the stairs. And that is the leftover energy that's playing itself out over and over and over again. The way to determine the difference between the two is the interaction that it has actively with you. So if you were to disrupt a wall, for instance, if a traumatic event happened in the presence of that wall, you might find that those events start occurring more frequently. The noises start occurring more frequently. So for instance, if you took an old Tudor stair rail out and you replaced it for a modern one, the act of disturbing that energy might heighten the experiences that you are having because you've essentially disrupted that energy. So it's going to start affecting more. But if you were to put that stair rail back again, there's no guarantee that that energy would stop, because once it's been disturbed and you just got to let it kind of run out. If it is a house, if it's a haunting in a house and you do something that pisses off a spirit, if you apologize to that spirit, the activity will usually stop, because the energy cannot directly interact with you. It is not listening to you and responding. It is responding regardless of whether you are there or not. If it is a spirit, like an active haunting, that spirit can and likely will interact with you. So if that tissue that got pulled out of that tissue box, if I were to have acknowledged that and said, could you do that again for me? They may well have done it again, because they could have actively engaged and reacted to my presence. Because we are both present in that space, we are just not present in the same way. Whereas energy cannot interact with you. So you might feel the effects of it, but it is not purposefully interacting with you. Does that make any sense? I'm hoping that makes sense. So for instance, if you were in a space and you knew that there was activity, one of the ways that people will figure out whether that activity is an active spirit or haunting or energy is they will ask it to do something. If you know that you hear whispers, ask them to speak louder. If you know that you hear knocking, ask them to knock again. See if they respond back to you again. If they respond back to you again, you are dealing with an active haunting. If it is simply repeated movement, so for instance, if you have a new house, well, if you are new to a house and you can hear people walking up and down the stairs, that may happen at 8 p.m. every single night and 8 a.m. every single morning. And it doesn't matter what you do, it doesn't respond or react to you. It's probably energy that you're dealing with. It's a kind of a convoluted subject. It depends on the kind of, there's terms that get thrown around, like you have like the stone tape theory and all of this kind of stuff. But that's kind of the core root of what I have found in my experiences. There's definitely some energy that just doesn't react. So there's actually, I probably shouldn't. I've already got the first video filmed. So anyway, I'm starting a new series in January on the channel about hauntings. It's not going to replace any of my old content or the content that I currently do. It's only going to be an addition to. And my first haunting, my first ghost sighting, I think that, I don't know if I even said it in the video. I might not have said it in the video. I think my first sighting was just an energy that was repeating because no interactions were had at all. Whereas other people have like stuff thrown at them and then you're like, oh no, that's definitely like an interaction that's happening there. Yeah, one's called the stone tape theory, the other is called intelligent haunting. Yeah, they definitely can. I'm just going to put it here because we've been on for over 2 hours now. If anyone has a question, please put it in the Q&A chat. It is a separate tab that you can find at the very top of the chat box. I go through all of the questions chronologically. Spamming questions is not going to get me to answer them any quicker, I'm afraid. I try to do them as chronologically as I can to make it as fair to everyone involved. Please always be kind and take care of everyone else in the chat as well, because we're all here to learn, we're all here to grow, myself included. And yeah, just have fun with it. And yeah, let's just talk witchy, spooky, ooky content. But yeah, when it comes to, you often hear it being spoken of on like TV shows and stuff. They'll say like stone tape theory and they'll say like intelligent haunting. I often find that there's more nuance to that though, actually, because not all active hauntings are intelligent. And I say that as in like, some people don't know that they're dead. And if you don't know that if they don't know that they're dead, they're going to continue to live out their day-to-day life as though nothing has happened. And so it's a bit of the grey area, because while they might not directly respond to you because they don't acknowledge that they're dead, that doesn't mean that they're just leftover energy. They might just be someone who doesn't know that they're dead. And to be fair, in my circumstance, it may have been leftover energy. It may have been someone that didn't know that they were dead, and so they were just continuing to live out the things that they did. And then on the other hand, you have the fact that the stone tape theory is a term that was coined from a screenplay that wasn't even real. It was like a fictional screenplay that used the term stone tape theory. But the idea of the stone tape theory is considerably older. Like, the entire thing is just so convoluted and complex, which is why next year I wanted to focus in on the channel on some more of this style of topic, like more of the ghosty hauntings in addition to my usual witchy content. So if that's something you'd be interested in, you can even get involved. I am going to be using community submissions for some of the content next year on the like ghosty side. So if you want to be included on the channel and you have a ghosty story, that's something that you might want to be part of. Okay, where was I? Here we go. If I fail to charge my manifestation box under the waxing moon due to bad weather or a hectic schedule, will its energy diminish? Should I cleanse it and start over? So yes, it will diminish. Is that detrimental? No. So all it means is that when it comes to the waxing moon again, just put it out again and just continue it as you usually would. You don't need to start from scratch again. It is just going to be a case of giving it a bit of a boost of energy next time and just allowing it to continue on. What does your Yule practice look like? So I actually have an entire video on my Yule practice. It's one of the most recent ones on my channel. It might actually be the pinned video on my channel right now. So that includes the different spells and rituals and stuff that I'd want to carry out, so I would check that out. Can a man become a witch like warlocks? So this is a question I get a lot, and it comes from a lot of misconceptions. So the term witch is gender neutral. It doesn't require you to be a certain gender or to present as a certain gender. Witch is gender neutral because witchcraft is a gender neutral practice. So you can identify as a witch regardless of how you choose to identify in your own life. It is completely up to you. Warlock is a term that is a little bit debated within the magical community. It does not mean male witch, as a lot of people believe that it does, just like wizard doesn't mean male witch either when it comes to real magical practice. Warlock is a term a bit like mage or sorcerer or magician that can be used to describe your magical practice to other people, but there are members of the community who really dislike the term warlock because for them it means an oath breaker. It was someone whom in a coven environment or in an initiatory environment broke the rules, essentially. They broke their confidentiality within a coven setting. And so they were oath breakers. They broke their oath to the group to not share confidential information. And so some people will vehemently say, I would never refer to anyone as a warlock, and don't you dare ever refer to yourself as a warlock. But much like the term witch has been reclaimed from older terms that were not positive, I suspect that the same will happen to warlock in the coming years, where as newer practitioners come in, you might find that term begins more and more to become reclaimed by the community. Ultimately, you can refer to yourself however you see fit. Whatever term best describes your practice and makes you feel comfortable is probably the term that you should typically go by. So, let's have a look-see. I have been trying to get Cecil Williamson's book of Witchcraft. Oh, okay, yeah, I think I know the one that you mean. Let me just double check. I didn't even tell you what the question was, did I? Let me have a look. So, yeah, I know the one. So, let me just double check. I will see if I have it in my collection just to make sure it is definitely the right one. Would it be under B? Let me just have a look at what the question actually is. Make sure I'm definitely getting it right. So I am looking for Cecil Williamson's Book of Witchcraft. Let me have a look, see. So, there, that one. Oh, this one. Are we referring to this book? Which is that one. Cecil Williamson's Book of Witchcraft. Now, I also struggle to get this book really badly, and I can, I will double check, but I think there is a place that you can get it from that's not going to be like crazy prices like it is on Amazon. So this is a really, really well-renowned book, and yep, you can still get it. So this book is now, and as it always has been actually, published by Troy Books. Now, Troy Books are really, really hard to access most of the time. But not really. You can just buy this from the Troy Books website. If you try to buy Troy books on Amazon, you're looking at crazy prices. So I will double check. Let me see what this is going for on Amazon. Cecil Williamson's Book of Witchcraft, paperback. Yeah, the paperbacks on Amazon are going for £75. £75. And I will start banning people if repeated questions in the chat keep happening. I'm just going to say that now. It does say on the screen, I have mentioned it before in the last 10 minutes. It runs the risk of the chat disappearing for people who are just talking normally in the chat. So if you've asked a question, I will get round to it. It is just going to take me a little bit of time to be able to do that. But £75 for Cecil Williamson's Book of Witchcraft. I got this secondhand. I think I got this from Oxfam. But you can buy this from the Troy Books website for $16.99 plus shipping. So I wouldn't go crazy on Troy Book books on Amazon because you're going to be overpaying for them massively. The majority of Troy Book books are still in print today. I mean, I can do the same. If I look on Amazon at Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary, how much is that going for now? Traditional Witchcraft by Gemma Gary. I don't want the audiobook. I want the normal version. The paperback on Amazon is going for £69. If I go on the Troy Books website and go Traditional Witchcraft, it is currently available on Troy Books for £17.50. Or you can get a version with a dust jacket for £30. Like, it's crazy to me that people do it. Like, people will go onto Amazon and they will resell Troy books as though they're out of print. Like, some book publishers I get, but like the ones that are no longer in print, but like Troy Books is still available, and I feel like they're commercializing the popularity of them at the minute, and it's so annoying. It's infuriating because there's people who don't know that you can get the books from Troy Books, and all of a sudden you've paid £75, £100 for a copy that you can still get in print, and it's probably going to be a better quality version as well. Okay, where was I? I am somewhere. I actually don't know where I am. I'm getting so many questions that I saw earlier. Oh, I'm basically back at the start again. What's happening? Oh, this is weird. This is really weird. It's like flipped the chat upside down again. And it jumped. Oh, that's what was happening. Okay. That's what was happening. It was just having a bit of a wobbly. Bum 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 bum. Right. I'm here somewhere. Oh, here we go. So, what is the difference? Oh, okay, here is an interesting one. I'm probably not the best person to ask about this, but let's go with this. What is the difference between witchcraft and shamanism? I've met people who, in their words, are walking the shamanic path, and their witchcraft seems to me more like witchcraft. So, it's really important to bear in mind here that people like to use the word witchcraft to mean magical practice, but they are very, very different. So witchcraft is one branch of magical practice. There are many, many different branches out there. So think of magical practice as like a ginormous tree. We have loads of roots that connect different practices together, but each practice is its own branch. And there'll likely be similarities to other practices, but they are different in their own unique ways. And usually they are culturally. So, for instance, we might find that astral projection is used a lot within Western occultism. But that doesn't mean that it is exclusive to Western occultism. This kind of spirit flight, hedge riding, astral travel is found in many, many different cultures all around the world. And it's going to look slightly different depending on where you are. They might use different herbs for this purpose. They might use different rituals for this purpose, but it gives the same end result. But they will always refer to it as being something that is within their tradition. And so I think it's why it's really important to be careful about the use of the word witchcraft. I don't say that witchcraft is this culture, for instance, to be exclusive or to be gatekeeping. I mean it more to say witchcraft has its roots in European magical tradition. The term is then often used to describe lots of other things. So if you were to look into, say, the African witch hunts, which still happen in some places, but the African witch hunts, they use the term witchcraft, but historically they might not have used the term witchcraft. They probably would have used a term from the individual language of the region. But with colonialism, the term witchcraft is spread around the world. So if you were to be in Japan, there are many practitioners of magical arts in Japan who would not refer to themselves as witches. Just as there are many who live in North America who do not refer to themselves as witches because their practice is rooted in their culture, and their culture uses a different term. Their practice is different, their styles are different. I hope that this is making sense. I'm probably not the best person to talk to about this because I'm not super well versed in like the globalization of everything. But witchcraft is just one magical practice. And so while there are... Okay, it's like convergent evolution. Sorry, the stupidest analogy ever. Okay, but it's like how bats have wings and birds have wings, but it doesn't mean that they are like the same thing. They look the same, or they look similar enough that you might classify them as being the same thing, but there's differences between them that make them different, but they serve the same purpose within the society that they are a part of. I hope that makes sense. I really hope that makes sense. It's a difficult topic to talk about, especially as the whitest white woman ever. Look at me, I'm like a ghost. I do not have the grounds to be talking about this, but I hope that that makes sense. And I'm sure that there are many people out there who are far, far better at discussing this topic than I am. But yeah, and yeah, how regional is witchcraft? Incredibly. I mean, even within the British Isles, you go to Essex and you will have a different folk practice to if you were in Cornwall, which is different than Devon, which is different than Somerset. And for reference, you can drive from Cornwall to Devon to Somerset in about an hour. So, well, an hour and a bit maybe. Depends on how much traffic there is, which usually there's a lot when you're coming out of Cornwall. So in just that tiny gap, there are similarities between practice, but there's also quite a lot of differences too. And then just kind of imagine that worldwide, like there's going to be so many nuances. And when we're looking at shamanism as well, there's a lot of terms that are thrown around that don't necessarily apply. Yeah, and there's things that have been taken from other cultures that have been kind of assimilated into Western witchcraft that maybe a lot of people don't realize where it comes from. And so you have the idea of like convergent evolution of the same style of practice coming about in different places around the world in different ways. But you also have the fact that a lot of Westerner Stoicism is directly drawn from the locations where white people went. And therefore, it's taken from other cultures as well. So it's a case of who used it first. Did the white people who took it from a country use it first, or did the people who were native to the culture and the country use it first? You know what I mean? And that's where it becomes very, very difficult and convoluted, because pulling apart what is like convergent evolution and pulling apart what's been mushed into Western Stoicism from other places is messy, and it's very, very difficult, and it can make practice very hard actually to figure out what you should do and what you shouldn't do, where do things come from, and it takes a lot of inner learning as well to kind of unlearn things once we realize where it might come from. Yeah, that's the thing. It's very hard to tell where things come from to start off with as well, because not everything, some things are very obvious to see where they come from, but especially when we're looking at like the inner work, the path working, the journeying, the astral projection, the shamanic trance, shamanic journey style of practice, that is found in so many places in very different ways. I think a lot of it will be convergent in nature, like it will have come from a similar necessity for a similar purpose in different places. But now that we have the internet, everything is just kind of like a swirling vat of information, and it's very difficult to pick apart what came from where. Right, I am somewhere here. Oh, okay, here we go. This is interesting. I bought 2 pendulums, 1 metal and 1 lapis lazuli. The metal is kind of giving me a chaotic answer. The lapis lazuli is easy. How should I prepare the metal pendulum to give me a decent answer? So, okay. I have a little bit of additional throw-in to like toss into the mix here. And that is could it be the weight of a pendulum? Now, I use a lot of pendulums. My favorite ones personally are metal. They're the ones that I will typically gravitate to the most because they are often highly responsive. And that responsiveness can sometimes be a little bit jarring. So metal pendulums, for one, are usually, depends on the size of them, but they're often heavier than their stone counterparts. Now, obviously not all of them, because you've got stones like hematite, which are considerably heavier than a stone like opalite, which, yes, it's man-made, but it's still silica, and silica is still a natural product anyway. That's a different topic for a different day. Opalite is very, very light. Hematite and pyrite are very, very heavy because they are metallic rather than silica. So even pendulums like that are going to have great discrepancies. But generally speaking, metal pendulums are heavier than stone, wood, etc. pendulums. And so they can be a little harder to get going. They often tend to shake a little bit more to get started. I like how I'm doing the motion as though you don't know what shaking looks like. I trust that you know what shaking looks like. I'm going to do it anyway. They tend to shake a lot more to get started because it takes more momentum for them to get swinging because of the weight of them, which can make them useful for people who have tremors or who struggle to keep a steady hand, because they do take a little bit more force to kind of get them swinging. But when they are swinging, they tend to be quite aggressive sometimes. They're very like, this is this and this is that, and they can have very strong personalities. So it might be that you vibe a little bit more with the lapis lazuli. Maybe that's a stone that you really, really connect with. It could also be that the pendulum itself, weight-wise, is easier for you to discern answers. They tend to be a little bit more consistent. Crystal pendulums tend to go, and when they go, they tend to be very steady. They're consistent, right? Metal pendulums are a little bit more, they have their own like personality and gutso in a way that some other pendulums don't. I don't know if this is making any sense whatsoever. It might be. So it might be the weight of the pendulum that is the distinguishing difference between the two, in which case it could be worth just slowly getting used to it. If you are, however, struggling to kind of figure out what it's trying to say, I would maybe try using the metal pendulum on a pendulum board. Link it to the board. I believe it's still up. I will double check just in case. On my channel, I have a video about pendulum divination. Yeah, so it's called A Guide to Pendulum Divination, Witchcraft 101, and it's one of my earlier videos. And in that I show like how to connect it to a pendulum board and everything like that, so that could be useful. But yeah, it could simply be the weight of the pendulum that's throwing the differences between them. I personally prefer a heavier pendulum for me, but I know a lot of people like the wooden pendulums. Like if you feel really, really connected to a like oak, for instance, I always go for oak, then that wood pendulum might actually be really, really effective, even though it's going to be super duper light. They're almost flighty in nature, and some people really resonate with that. I like the metal probably because it's a little bit more of like a routine. I like routines. What can I say? I'm very predictable in that nature. Right, let's have a look. See, what have we got here? Oh, I've added The Hedge Witch by Rachel Patterson to my to be read pile from your book review. Have you managed to get into it yet? I haven't, no. Basically what I'm going to do is I am going to try and get through the books that I'm reading at the minute, because I've been getting library books out because it forces me to read them because I have a deadline for when I have to give them back again. And then in the new year, I'm going to be thinking about the books from the new releases that I'm wanting to get. So like Unquiet Spirits is one that I really desperately want to get. I'm thinking at least some of the Frata Barbarous books I'm going to end up getting, as well as Hedge Witch by Rachel Patterson. There's some that are like on my pile of books, but especially in the lead up to Christmas, I try not to buy too many things just in case my family have watched videos and they're like, oh, I know what to get her now, because I'm impossible to buy for. But yeah, I will eventually get into it, definitely. Are you enjoying watching Agatha all along? I am loving it. I haven't finished yet though, so please no spoilers. I'm essentially, yeah, so I started doing it for the video. And I was like, oh, I know what I'll do. I'll watch it all and then I'll do one big video on it. But then I know that I asked all of you in the last live stream what you would prefer. And you guys said like episode by episode. So I started watching the first episode and was like, okay, there's a little bit in here, but there's not too much. Maybe I'll have to group episodes together. I got into episode 2. Oh my goodness, I've written like a ginormous essay. It's huge, like so much in that episode. And I was like, I'm going to overface myself if I watch too much. So I think I've gotten to episode 5, I believe. I still need to write the scripts for episode 3 and 4 and then film that. And then I'm going to move on because I know I don't want I don't know how to describe this. I want the information that I'm giving to be based off what I'm seeing at that given moment, not what's going to happen later on in the series. So like, I know that I mentioned, holy shit, sorry, mind my French, Shane. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Do not cry, hold it in. Thank you so much. Your support, your continued support genuinely means so much. Like when I see your name pop up, it's amazing that you are still here and that you still like the content. So thank you so much for being here. And I thank you for enjoying the community and the information. Thank you. I'm bad with thank yous because I never know what to say, but genuinely it means so much that you like the content and that you are wanting to support it. Like, thank you. What was I saying? I got distracted. Agatha all along. Oh, that's right. So like the sigil, I now know that that's what it is. I'm not going to say anymore. But when he can't say it, when he can't speak, I now know what it is. But that's only because I have now since watched other episodes. I, if anything, want to like take the information raw from the show without knowing the context of later and just kind of talk about it. So I haven't finished it yet because I'm still working my way through, but I'm very excited about it because the episodes I've watched are incredible. And I will be honest and say, I wish it wasn't a spin-off of a spin-off. I actually think that they could have done their own separate Agatha All Along show without it having to be a WandaVision spin-off. It's that good. Like, I don't think it needs to be propped up on WandaVision to be good. I think it's good in its own right. And I actually think it's better than WandaVision by about tenfold. So, yeah, if you haven't seen it, like, definitely try and watch it. Or you can live vicariously through my videos on it if that's something that you would prefer. Okay, let's have a look-see. Ooh, okay, here we go. So, how would you recommend getting closer / bonding with a deity who isn't ready to tell you their name yet? Reached out to him recently. He told me I'm not quite ready to know what to call him. Oh, okay. I obviously don't know the situation, right? I will say though, take this however you will, take it with a pinch of salt, whatever. This sets off massive red flags to me. Like massive red flags. So you reached out. Okay, I know that you might not still be online and I have questions. You don't have to answer them. I'm just going to throw them out there. If you reached out to a deity, why would you not know what they're called? Question 1. Question 2, if they reached out, no one needs to answer this. This is just how my brain works. Question 2 is, if a deity has reached out to you, why would they, or what reason would they have for being secretive about who they are, unless they are not who they are pretending to be? Now, maybe this is just me being paranoid little old me. But I have yet to have a deity that hasn't openly come forward and said, I'm here. Like, this is who I am. I want you to know about me. I want you to look me up. I want you to do research on me. Let's see if this can work. I have never had a deity not be very forthcoming about who they are. Like, it's one thing if you're reaching out, if like a deity is reaching out to you and they've not fully kind of broken through yet, so you can't figure out who they are yet. But to have a deity actively say to you, I'm not going to give you this information right now because you're not ready to know who I am. That to me screams, I am not who you think I am. I am going to freak you out if I'm honest about it. I am probably not a deity at all, and I'm probably something else. Now, that's not... I know that this makes it sound like I'm scaremongering or whatnot, but deities will typically be very forthright with you. It might take them a while to come through. It might take them a minute to kind of break through those boundaries. But yeah, to have a deity actively be telling you that you aren't ready to know who I am yet, massive alarm bells. Like massive. I'm thinking more... could be a nature spirit, maybe more likely perhaps to be a named demon, perhaps. Yeah, that one is like problems. So a tulpa is a thought form. So they are, they're man-made spirits. So they're often referred to as servitors, egregores, tulpas. You can have things as big as god forms, which are like gods that have been created from the belief of millions of people, putting all of their energy into the belief of a single thing, and so the energy of it creates it into existence. Yeah, yeah, this one makes me uncomfy, and I personally would be saying, I'm not willing to work with someone who isn't willing to be open about who they are. I understand that you don't think that I'm necessarily ready right now, but ultimately I'm going to have to learn about you at some point, and I would rather that be before we get started rather than afterwards. Because the thing is, it makes it... It's almost like a manipulation tactic, right? Rope you in, give you the bad information afterwards. Because once you're roped in, you then are less likely to back out. Sunk cost fallacy. I've invested so much time into this deity though, and like I've spent months working with them, and I like working with them, so why would I change it now? You know what I mean? Like, it's this attitude where it's straight in from the start, like, this is who I am, this is what I work with, this is what I'm like, this is my mythology, this is my folklore, do with that what you will. To have a deity be like, you're not ready. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Be careful. That's probably the best advice I can give, is be very careful with this, because I don't understand why a deity would be concealing who they are if they were genuinely a deity. Lots of spirits pretend to be who they are not. Many demons will pretend to be who they are not. Yeah, Narcissist Manual 101. Yeah, it kind of feels like that, like, I'm hiding who I really am because I know you're not going to like it. Yeah. Not sure yeah. That's, I know I'm just going in circles. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, that's a massive, like, you know that guy on, like, Instagram and TikTok that carries those, like, giant flags? Like, he's got a red flag and he's got a green flag? The flag inside my brain is as big as his red flag is. I'm like running across my mind being like, no, red flag, massive red flag. So, well, that's the thing. Yeah, normally if you aren't ready, they won't show themselves because they don't want to be putting you in a dangerous or uncomfortable situation. So to have someone come forwards and say, I'm going to spend time around you, but you aren't ready for it yet. Well, then why would they be there? Unless they want something. And if they want something, then they probably don't have your best interests at heart. Like, names are powerful. And if a spirit, demon, deity isn't willing to give you a name, even if that's not their real name, even if that's just a name that you refer to them by, that's a massive red flag. And yeah, I think it applies to spirit guides too. You can often be given a name for them to use, that they will use for themselves and you can use for them. They don't necessarily have to give you their true name, but with a deity, they should be giving you their real name. Because, like, what benefit is it to a deity to not tell you that? The only time it's ever a benefit is if that deity is not who they say they are. And then it's a problem. Okay. Next. Where am I? Okay, let's have a look. Can a protection spell fail? Yes. Or could a spirit or another person be powerful enough to just blow by it? Yes, all of the above, which is why I would recommend having multiple protections. So I would recommend personal protections for yourself. I would recommend protections for your home. I would recommend having backup protections as well. Just as a few examples, if I can, I've got loads on the back of my door. So one moment. Let me just grab some. This, and this. Let's go with these. So these are just a few of the different protections I have in this room alone. Just like, I have more, but these are just a few. So we have the classic witches bells. I'm just going to do a little self-plug here. If you're in the UK and would like some witches bells made by me, they're available now on the website. I have loads of custom ones done. I had to keep these. These were my pride and joy, right? I spent so long making these. And then I realised partway through making them that I'd actually cut my finger partway through and the entirety of the witches' bells were just covered in my own blood. So I couldn't sell these for obvious reasons. Now they are mine. And I need to find somewhere to put them. You can also have something like Rowan charms. So these, I also do these on the website. Just going to throw it out there. But I do have a video on them. So if you would like to make them yourself, you're perfectly welcome to. There's an entire video on how to make Rowan charms. These are for kind of general protection from earthbound and fairy spirits if you don't want to interact with them. I also have little vials like this, which would be something like a modern witch's bottle. This is not a historical witch's bottle. This is a modern witch's bottle that contain different items for protection and protective energy. These can be put around as backup protections, so that if your generic protections, your personal protections, if your house protections fail, you have things around that will allow you to offer backup. No, I don't ship to the US, unfortunately. I'm thinking of doing it though because, well, if anyone is in like the small business world, they just announced the GPSR restrictions, which are, or GPRS restrictions, should I say, which limit shipping to Europe. They make it impossible for me to ship to Europe now. And so I'm tempted to try and start shipping to America because I know a lot of my audience is in America. And so if anyone is interested in that, do let me know. It's something I've been considering for a little while in replacement for the European shipping because I can't afford to do that. They put so many restrictions on that, it's crazy. Aren't they more valuable and powerful with Hearth Witch blood on them? For me, yes. I'm not doing that for anyone else. That's why I've kept them for myself because I tend to... Blood can be a tag lock, right? So like for me, these witch bells are super powerful because my blood is literally all over them. I don't know how I managed to do it. I don't remember doing it. All I know is I looked down and went, what's that red thing on my hand? Oh, that's what it is. Never mind. Beautiful, beautiful witch bells that I cannot sell. But I do have a whole bunch more on the website if you are in the UK, and I do custom orders as well. So if you ever fancy something from me, I'm considering shipping to America because I know that a lot of people are. So obviously we've got the candles and whatnot. There's some things though that we wouldn't be able to ship. So we wouldn't be able to ship the oils, and I don't think we would be able to ship to the sprays either because of the liquid content. Yeah, I'm not touching Amazon with a barge pole, but the problem isn't with that. It's with the new European Union GPSR restrictions. So GPRS restrictions. So basically what it means is that every single product that you sell and every variety of product that you sell needs to be tested by an independent European body, basically, and you have to pay every single year to have this done. Now, bearing in mind, I primarily sell candles. We have 9 different colours of the candles, and we have about 30 different varieties. You basically have to test every single variety and every single colour every single year. I did the maths, and it will cost me about £26,000 a year just to get the products tested. Otherwise, it's illegal for me to be listing them to the UK and Europe. So I've had to stop selling on Etsy because of it. It's a massive, massive problem. They've just destroyed small businesses everywhere. And so that's out of the question for me right now, which is really annoying because like I know that so many people wanted to get the stuff. Yeah, Etsy's gone massively downhill. I've actually been tempted to do an entire video on on Etsy and the witchcraft community and the downfall of it, because AI is everywhere. Oh, we only sell handmade. Are you sure? Because I think half of your products don't even exist. They're just not real. They're all AI generated. So, yeah, I've been thinking of doing it to the US. So if anyone would be interested, some stuff obviously I wouldn't be able to ship, but the figure candles, the witches' bells, everything like that, I could. So I'm definitely going to look into that. Right, where am I? I am. Right, I am. Let's have a look. Somewhere. Best way to acknowledge spirits. I encountered one the other day and I felt bad because I mistook them for an actual person. Okay. You know how you... this is going to sound so stupid. There used to be a show in the UK called The Bear Family and Me. And this is where I learned that people do this. But I know that if people in America live with bears all the time, they'll probably know. If you're in bear country, you would often say like, hey bear, I'm here, don't attack me. Like, I'm acknowledging that I'm here. I'm letting you know that I'm here so that I don't startle you. You basically do the same thing with spirits. Hi there. Hello. Just acknowledge them. You don't need to be super detailed with it. I will just say hi, like they're a normal person. Generally is how I tend to do it. And I find that just that little bit of acknowledgement can make all of the world of difference to how they interact with you as well. Came for the witchcraft, stayed for the random singing. Yeah, sorry about that. I can't. When I've been sitting here for a few hours, I'm like, my brain is full of random pieces of music. It has to come out somehow. My next door neighbours must love me because I have had Defying Gravity in my head and Popular, that's it, Popular, in my head on repeat for like the last 3 weeks. I can't get it out of my head. I can't do it. They must absolutely hate me because I'm like just jiving around my house with the most out of key version of Defying Gravity ever because I do not have the range to do Defying Gravity. Let's have a look. I would buy everything if you ship to America. Yeah, what I'll do is I'll have a look because I looked a few years ago and the insurance for shipping to America was crazy, crazy high. But then when I compare that to the nearly £30,000 I would have to spend to ship to Europe, which is so bloody stupid because I live in England, which is in Europe. It's so annoying. I'm genuinely considering starting to do it. Oh, Down the Witch. Every time I play that, I have chills. I need to finish watching it so that I can get the rest of the information from that show. Popular, you're gonna be popular. I've got it in my head again. It's bad. Right. Let's have a look. See. I've been looking into starting my practice as a new practitioner and reading tons of books, but how do I actually start practicing? So, I just read an Aurora line. Sorry, I just read Aurora lyrics and now I've got that song stuck in my head. Start practicing. We're going to need to start with the ground up. So, books, really, really great. Super good place to start. We need to ideally start by taking the little pieces out of the books that we find and applying them individually into active practice. So I mean, anyone who's been here for any amount of time will basically be able to recite this by now. Start with your foundational practices and do them individually. So start practicing your mind calming and your meditation. Start practicing some visualization. Start practicing your grounding and your centering. Start practicing your energy sensing, energy manipulation. Once you've got each of those things down individually, we can start kind of merging them together. Ground, center, draw energy up from the earth. Well, center, then ground, draw energy up from the earth, and then start moving that energy around. Push it into objects, pull it back again. Once you've got that down, we can then start applying it into active spells and rituals. do a candle working, get a birthday candle, a tea light candle, whatever it may be, center your energy, ground your energy, draw it back up from the earth again, direct it out, push it into that candle while visualizing or thinking of what it is that you want to manifest, direct it into that candle and then light that candle. And you have started practicing witchcraft. Ultimately, witchcraft is kind of a layering up of individual skills that we are grouping together and adjusting depending on what it is that we need. So for instance, if you want to be doing some journey work, perhaps you want to find your familiar, your spirit familiar, you would take your meditation skills and your visualization skills and you would apply that with your energy sensing to figure out what spirits are around in that space when you're doing your journey for your familiar work, which is what I was trying to say, but I completely got stuck on it. If you want to do some astral projection, you would maybe be starting with visualizations, but you'd also be requiring your energy sensing and your energy manipulation to be able to influence the world around you astrally. If you're doing spells and rituals, you'll take your centering, your grounding, your energy sensing, your visualization, and your energy manipulation, and you'll be directing your energy out towards objects and spells and the like. If you want to sense spirits, you would use your energy sensing abilities to push out your energy and pull it back in again and get an idea of what kind of things are around. These basic foundational principles make up so much of what witchcraft becomes at a higher level that if you can start with these things, you will be golden going forward. You'll have a really good solid base to work on, and it's a way of getting used to the process, because it does feel weird casting a circle if you choose to. If you've never done it before, you do feel like a bit of an idiot. But if you've already practiced the centering and the grounding, you've already practiced the energy sensing, you've kind of got all the bits and pieces of it, it's then a lot easier to squish it all together without feeling like a bit of an idiot when you're doing it. Because people do. I did. I still do. If I have to do circles or ritual in public place or on video, I still feel awkward, even now. But yeah, those things are what I would say is the best starting point, because it's like dipping your toes in, but you're still building up your basics. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Iz. Thank you. I don't know if I will need it. Sorry, this is about organization for stuff in 2025. Thank you so much. I'm gonna try and be organized. I have like a spreadsheet's not the right word. What is it? A calendar that I'm trying to put things in. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I'm trying to also enlist my mum to help me script videos. I don't know how that one's going to work, but we'll see how it goes. Oh, thank you so much, Matthew. Thank you so much. You don't need to ever worry about that, genuinely. Like, I appreciate every single like, every comment, every subscribe, every conversation that is had. And if anyone chooses to donate, that's simply an added extra that obviously goes a long way, because likes can't pay for things. But like, I don't want anyone to ever feel like they have to, or there's some obligation to. Like, there definitely isn't. But thank you so much for your support, and I genuinely appreciate it massively. But I don't want anyone to ever feel like they have to give anything. And if people want to support the channel and they don't know what to do, and they don't know, they don't want to give in that way, if you have ads on your YouTube, if you just watch them for a few seconds before you skip them, then I get paid for that too. So I'm just throwing that out there. If that is something that anyone wants to do, and you can do that for all creators. If you have creators that you really want to help and you don't know how to do it, on long adverts, if you watch it for 30 seconds, they get paid. On shorter adverts, if you watch for a few seconds, they get paid. And that can make a massive difference, and it doesn't involve anyone having to spend money that they aren't able to spend. I feel like YouTube doesn't tell you that enough. Just throwing that out there, because I know that so many people are struggling right now. So thank you so much to anyone who even considers donating. Like, it means more than I can express, but I don't want anyone to feel like they have to. And thank you so much, Bridge, as well. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Oh, I'm so glad that they are helpful. And thank you so much to everyone for saying blessed Yule and happy Yule. I hope you all have an amazing time too. Like, Yule is so close now. It scares the living daylights out of me. I thought Yule was like weeks away, but no, it's like, what, 3 days? What date is it today? Is it like 3 days away? 2 days away? Oh, bonkers. Okay. I hope everyone has an amazing Yule. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Jade. Thank you so much. I didn't intend to start something like this. That's not what I intended. Thank you so much, though. It genuinely, I'm bad at expressing like how I feel without crying. I cry all the fucking time. You guys are actually gonna make me cry. Well, thank you so much, Erez. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. What is happening? I just wanted to let you know that you didn't have to pay me. Like, I always appreciate it, but I don't want anyone to feel like they have to do it. Like, yeah, that the adverts and like all of that also helps support creators so much. And also, like, if you have YouTube Premium, your YouTube Premium like supports creators as well. So like, that's how YouTubers mostly. Oh my goodness, Joe, thank you so much. What is happening? What is actually happening? I hope you have an amazing Christmas and an amazing Yule. And I don't know what's happening right now. But yeah, like, YouTube doesn't tell people like how to support creators, I don't think. So like, especially like around like Christmas, like you get a lot more ad revenue. So like any ads that are on videos, it's honestly, wait, it seems like it might be like any adverts and stuff will pay creators. So I know that ads can sometimes get really annoying on YouTube videos and stuff, but like that's the reason why that they're there. It's for that reason. Everyone's so sweet, and I'm gonna have to. It's wholesome hour. What's happening? Oh my goodness. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to keep answering questions before I start legitimately crying. I will not. I've cried on camera once in my career, and I refuse to do it ever again. Okay, where am I? I'm somewhere here. I'm somewhere here. I'm completely lost where I am. Oh, Amanda, it was lovely to meet you too. I met quite a few people at the Samhain event, and I love getting to meet people. Everyone is just so kind. Everyone is just so nice, and I love getting to like meet people and chat with people and see people. Like, it's really cool to go to the events and to be able to see like the people whose like usernames and like numbers that I see on the screen. It's so cool to get to meet people in person. So anyone who's come to one of the events that I've been showing at and has said hi, and even if you haven't said hi and you've just like stood there kind of awkwardly and just kind of looked at me, I appreciate you. That happens quite a lot, and I always find it very funny. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Nat the Horse Witch. Horse Witchcraft, that sounds incredible. That sounds so cool. Oh, thank you so much for your support. I hope you have an amazing Christmas and an amazing Yule. Thank you so much. Oh my god, what is happening? I actually feel like I want to hide. Thank you so much. Nicole and K-Skits, thank you so much. Oh my god. This is ridiculous. What is happening? What is actually happening? I talk to myself for a living. I talk to a camera about witchcraft for a living. And people watch. Why are you watching? Why are you here? This is the weirdest job that anyone could do. No, it didn't at all, Amanda. No, I've had some of the cutest encounters at events. So like, I hope I don't embarrass the lovely girl that did this. But I had a young girl. She came up to the stall and she would just stare at me. And I said hi, and she ran off, and I think she might have cried. And I felt so bad because I was like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. I'm not good with children. I've never been around children very much. So I'm like, oh, what did I do? Did I say something bad? And everyone was like, you didn't say anything bad. Like, you were fine. And then later she came back and she said hi, but it was so sweet. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Like, I'm so sorry. But then I've had some people, I had one lady, I'm so sorry if this is you. It was the strangest encounter I think I've ever had. She came up to the stall. She made eye contact with me. She didn't say anything to me. Nothing at all. I was like packing an order. I'm like bubble wrapping candles. I'm like putting sellotape on candles. And out the corner of my eye, I see her take her phone out, take a selfie of herself with me in the background, and then just walk off. I'm like, what just happened? What just happened? I've had people ask to take pictures, and it is the strangest, it's not a bad strange. It's strange in an, how did I get here level of strange. You know, that I talk to a camera on the internet. Why do you want to take a photo with me? I'm just a crazy lady who reads too many books and who talks to herself for a living, and you want to take a photo with me? My chat just disappeared. What just happened to my chat? No, but what? My entire chat just disappeared. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix this. Oh no. How do I fix this? What if I refresh chat? Oh, it worked. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna get back to answering questions now before this happens again. I think YouTube just had a meltdown. Oh, okay. Technology, not my friend. Technology, not my friend. I don't know what just happened. That's horrible. Okay. We broke YouTube. We officially broke YouTube. Oh no. But yeah, so basically what I'm trying to say is, if you ever see me at an event, please don't be scared to come up and say hi. I can guarantee you, of the two of us, I will be the most awkward of everyone involved. Because while I might look semi-polished and mostly compos mentis on camera, I can guarantee you that in person I am the most socially awkward person imaginable. I have no idea what to say. I have no idea what to do. I don't know. I'm bad at conversation as well, so be braced for the fact that I have no idea what to say to anyone. But if you would like to say hi, I would like to say hi too, and then we can just awkwardly say hi to each other across the table and just nod at each other. And yeah, if you're one of the people who's asked to take a photo with me, thank you so much for asking, because it means a lot to me, and like it's so cool to actually get to meet people and to not just have like a photo taken like across the table. That was the weirdest encounter I think I've ever had. Oh, I'm glad I did. Okay, I'm glad. I'm always really worried that I come across awkward or like different or whatnot. Yeah. Is that my strangest in-person encounter? That one was pretty strange. There was another one that I had where we were trading next to a lady, and we'd like been setting up all morning, didn't think anything of it, like nothing strange. And then just before we opened, I spoke to her and she fully did a double take and go, I know who you are. I'm like, you do? How? Why? Where? What? Who? We would literally been like 2 inches away from each other all morning setting up for the event, and she hadn't recognised me, and it was only when I spoke to her that she recognised me. That was so funny. I loved that. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I'm gonna get this so wrong, aren't I? Rochambeau? I'm really sorry if that's wrong. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for joining the live streams, because I know that they are crazy long and they are not like super accessible to some people, but thank you so much for sticking around. Oh no, I promise, Amanda, no one unnerved me. No. If anything, the thing that unnerves me is just being there. I'm not a very social person. I tend to like live in my own little bubble, in my own little world, and yeah, social interaction is really hard. Oh, the Samhain market is amazing. So they do a Samhain market in, you guessed it, October, and they do a Beltane market in April. Really, really nice event. Really, really nice. If you come to York and want to reach out, I'd love to do one of the ghost tours with you. Oh my god, that sounds so cool. I'm so excited about going to York. I don't even think I'm going this year, but I'm so excited about it anyway. Okay. I'm going to try and figure out where I was again. Because this chat is completely messed up. Completely messed up. It is completely upside down now, I think. I'm just loading it up again, and I think the chat, the questions chat might be actually upside down. In which case, do I just go all the way to the top? No, that didn't work either. Oh, no. Ooh, would you consider making a master list of witchcraft resources that you recommend? I'd absolutely love this. It would be so helpful for me for answering questions for beginners. Maybe, yeah. So it's something I'd probably consider doing. I'll have to look into that, actually. Yeah. That's a really good idea. I should probably do that, shouldn't I? Because often what I have to do is be like... And to be fair, on that list there might still be videos, because, like, the videos pay bills and a Google Doc does not. But there might still be, like, little links to topics and things that I think are useful. But yeah, maybe that's something that I should consider doing. What do you use Nag Champa incense for? I can't find what herbs it even consists of, so I've got no idea what it's good for. Nag Champa is a generic incense that is really good for setting up sacred space. It's really good for giving as offerings. It's a very general purpose incense, which is why it is so incredibly popular. It also smells incredible. I mean, I'll be honest though, if I had to decide, Nag Champa, super hit Nag Champa, I will always go for super hit Nag Champa. It's usually in a black box instead of a blue box, and it smells incredible. Oh, this one's interesting. Okay, so I was reading under a blanket last night and suddenly felt the weight of a hand patting me. It jump scared me. It was over after I said goodnight out loud. Could it have been a spirit encounter? Definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. Like this kind of like touching, or like I've had it before where you are sitting in bed and you feel the weight of a person sit down next to you and you can see the bed do this. Surefire spirit encounter, that one. Yeah, there's not much that could really be an alternative for that unless you have like an animal that could be causing it, but you're probably going to know that. If you have animals, you're probably going to be able to notice. So yeah, I'd say this is definitely a spirit encounter. Oh, you should try their purple beauty incense. It has a sort of berry smell to it. Oh, now that sounds lovely. But also, if you want to tour the spookiest Victorian jail in England, still in use, then hit me up. I know a guy. It's me. I'm the guy. That might be the best message of the entire Night Rage. I have been so tempted to do things like that though. So like the Most Haunted team do like sleepovers where you can sleep over with the team in what is the name of the prison? Is it Sheffield Prison? Maybe it's Sheffield Prison. Maybe, I'm not sure where it is, but that you can go and you can like stay overnight with the team, and I've been so tempted to do it. I really want to do these kind of things and like film them, but like I feel like Ghost YouTube was kind of very 2020, and now it's kind of not popular anymore, but I have just been so obsessed with ghosties that I just want to make it part of the channel, and that would be so cool. Let's have a look. Where else? Okay, here we go. This is one that I saw earlier, but it disappeared, which is it actually dangerous to eat in a dream? No. Or is that just a TikTok superstition? Just a TikTok superstition. So, okay. TikTok is, I know I feel every single time I do a live stream, I feel like I'm bashing TikTok. I promise I'm not really actually bashing TikTok. It's the way TikTok works. So what often happens, it's like a game of telephone. So a lot of the things that TikTok fearmongers over is a legitimate concern in its original context. But usually it's been taken and reproduced, taken and reproduced, taken and changed and reproduced, and taken and changed and reproduced some more. And then before you know it, poof, it does not have any kind of meaning anymore. So when it comes to eating in your sleep isn't a problem. Eating in the fairy realm, the other world, however you want to describe it, Elfame, that's a problem. And I suspect that that is where this has actually come from. So eating in a dream is not a problem at all. I will regularly eat in dreams. I've died in dreams. You know, these things happen all the time. You're not going to have any problem with it. If you, however, were to visit Elfame, the other worlds, the land of the fair folk, however you want to describe it, and you were to eat food there, it is believed that you are then trapped within Elfame forever. Or at the very least, you are trapped for a set amount of time until you are released by whoever it is that is kind of lured you in. I suspect that is where this legend has come from. It's like the idea that fairies are evil and you shouldn't thank them and you shouldn't accept gifts from them is another one of those games of telephone where it's like, yeah, you've taken that completely out of context and ran with it. Completely. Also, does anyone actually know what happened when TikTokers attempted to curse the moon? Why did they do that? I'm very out of the loop because I don't watch like other content. I'm very, very out of the loop. I'm sorry if I just peaked my mic really, really bad. But like, I still don't understand why they did that. I think witch talk has just consistently, perpetually confused me. Mostly because it seems that, yeah, they tried to curse the moon. She does? Or I might have to break my I don't watch witchcraft content just to watch that. Yeah, I might need to watch that because I don't understand what the hell they were trying to do. They like also tried to curse all fairies as well. And I'm like, why? For what purpose? Did you literally just see a TikTok about how one person said fairies are evil and you just decided, yeah, let's curse all of fair folk? That's definitely going to go down well. Like, what is happening in this world? So yeah, generally speaking, when it comes to TikTok and other forms of short form media, always, oh, I'm so sorry, I did not realize I will stick that from now on. Okay, yeah. I am usually better than this. I usually use neutral terms unless I know otherwise. Shit. Okay. Anyway, I will, yeah, when it comes to, how do I describe it? They have a tendency to take content, take information, and then it tends to get kind of like, because obviously like the videos that do really well on TikTok are really, really short form videos. So a lot of the content is like squished like that into small bite-sized pieces. But when you do that, you lose a lot of the nuance, and that then becomes a problem. So yeah, they tried to curse I'm sure that they tried to curse the Fae. Let me see. It was like an entire thing. Like they hexed the moon and they were like going after fair folk. And I'm like, I don't know what's happening now. What is happening? Anyway, so let's see. Where else am I on? Where else am I on? What? English? Huh? Words. It's getting to that time of night. Okay, here we go. Should I cleanse my amulet after it was touched by security at the airport check-in personnel? I requested that I hold it whilst they swab it, but they declined. Which cleanse do you recommend? You might not need to. I say this because it's usually in your possession. Oh yeah, allegedly they did. Yeah, we don't know whether they actually cursed the Fae, but allegedly they were aiming for it. What was I going to say? Yes, actually, sorry, I know I'm going back on the question that I was just doing. On TikTok, it seems that the more misinformation there is, the more it's pushed. Yes, and it is because of rage bait. And it's, I feel like I should probably put this out here because I feel like it's one of those things where a lot of people don't realize it's happening. That when you are on like social media, like posting stuff, we get like recommendations of like what the algorithm thinks will do well. Usually it's bullshit. But they like tell us what they think is going to do well. And the one thing, when you look at all the videos, because like it gives you like examples of videos that have done well in your field, almost all of the videos are almost always rage bait videos, and especially in short form content. So if you see a video that has a spelling mistake in the text, that's going to be to bait you to write a comment, because if you post a comment, you're spending more time watching the video. When you're spending more time watching the video, it's going to get pushed in the algorithm more. Then you're going to start seeing more of that person's content. In the witchcraft community, I've noticed this more and more and more. We have rage bait content appearing in the witchcraft community where they are doing things that are purposefully done to get people to comment to say that what they're doing is wrong. And then that gets pushed by the algorithm because loads of people are flooding the comment section to tell them the information. And then by doing that, it gets promoted even more in the algorithm. And so rage bait content has become one of the biggest ways of getting people to watch your content and getting a massive following is with rage. And it's awful. Like, I don't understand why you would want to piss off hundreds of people, thousands of people, millions of people in rage bait content. Yeah, I don't get it. So like, if you ever see content where you're like, this feels like it's probably done on purpose, just keep scrolling. Just keep scrolling, just keep scrolling, just keep scrolling, scrolling, because yeah, TikTok is something else. I am trying to do TikTok. I'm trying to like post the videos that I post on Instagram on TikTok, but it's like a whole other world on TikTok. It's like, it do be crazy out there, honestly. Like, TikTok is like a whole new world, and I'm not sure if I like it very much. I like the 2016 YouTube, 2016 Instagram. I'm very like, yeah. Well, that's the thing, yeah, like TikTok has a tendency to suck you in and it pushes rage bait content at you. And the problem is that just isn't healthy, is it? Like, watching rage all of the time and people purposefully trying to piss people off. And it's like, it can't be good for you. I mean, my TikTok at the moment is just historical buildings. It's just like, look at this fancy old building. Look at this fancy old building. Oh, look, a fox. Oh, look, nature. I'm okay on that side of TikTok. If I end up anywhere else, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to cope with it, honestly. But anyway, back to the question in mind, which was cleansing an amulet. So if someone has held the amulet for just a few seconds, I think you'll probably be okay with not bother cleansing it, because it's not like they are holding it for like a long amount of time. They're not necessarily putting a lot of energy into it. It's just, and often they're also wearing gloves as well, I've found in my experiences anyway. That might be different in other places, but it's I don't think you need to worry about it too much. If you need to cleanse it, you really feel like you need to, a quick pass through some smoke, and that will probably suffice, I suspect. Yeah, what I have found when it comes to TikTok, and I think it is really important to kind of disengage and like prioritize mental health and stuff, is any of the content creators that I really would like on TikTok, they repost their own content on Instagram anyway. And I find that the Instagram algorithm is more positive, and also it's less advertising. I literally re-downloaded TikTok. I have a separate phone for TikTok, right? Because I've read their terms of service. I have read them and I do not like them. So I have a separate phone for TikTok specifically, and I just airdrop stuff that I need to post on TikTok from my other phone. It's a really old phone, by the way. It's like my old, like really old brick iPhone. So it's very clunky and it doesn't load very well, which probably doesn't help the process. But I've noticed TikTok is now all adverts. Like, it's like you scroll and it's a live stream of someone selling something, and you scroll again and it's a live stream of someone selling something, and you scroll again and it's a paid video, and then you scroll again and it's an advert, and then you scroll again and it's a dog video. Great dog video. I like dog videos. Scroll again, live stream of someone selling something. I feel like TikTok has turned into QVC. I don't know if QVC is everywhere in the world. QVC's, I don't know if it's just a very English thing. like late night TV, you'd have like QVC, and it was just people like selling you stuff, and you'd like call a number and you could like buy the stuff on the TV, and that's all it was. It was just an entire TV channel that was just people selling stuff 24/7. That's what I feel like TikTok has become. And I wonder if that's why witch talk isn't really so much of a thing anymore. Like, it's obviously still a thing. There are still people posting witchcraft content on TikTok, but I feel like it's different now than it was in 2020. Like, now TikTok feels more like an advertising platform than it does a platform for learning. Anyway, next up, what do we have? What are your thoughts about rosaries and witchcraft? I made my own rosary with hematite beads, a pentagram, and rose quartz pendulum. A lot of people have given me crap for using or making a rosary. I think it's great. I mean, oh, good, you have QVC too. Okay, good. I thought I was going bonkers and thought it was only a UK thing. I think rosaries are really good. Like, so many people all around the world will use repetitive action as a way of dropping into meditative states. And whether that is counting your fingers, counting sheep, whether that is counting stones, whether that is flitting through a rosary, if it works for you, it works for you. And there are so many traditions around the world that are deeply ingrained in Catholic belief systems, that are deeply ingrained in using and working with the saints. There are many Christian witches out there who have very successful magical practices and are successful magical practitioners. And so I don't know why you couldn't incorporate other things into it. Like, you've got a pendulum in there, you've got a pentagram. Use not magic, you know. Use it to help count the number of times you chant for a specific spell. Like, I think that's a great idea. I lose track of how many times I've chanted every single time I do it. So, like, I use beaded bracelets, you know, the crystal bracelets. I will use those. Aren't they basically just like a tiny rosary? Like, I think it's a great idea, and I think anyone that gives you shit for it is close-minded. Because, and I know that might in itself be like a close-minded view, I know, but like, so many people see witchcraft as being only what they practice, and they refuse to acknowledge that other people might do things differently. And just because I don't use a rosary in my witchcraft doesn't mean it's not valid to someone else, you know? Like, everyone's practice is so unique. I can guarantee that every single person in the chat and every single person that's listening will have their own unique quirks and nuances to their own magical practice. Why can't a rosary be one of those things? Like, here we go here. Let's have a look. I use a Catholic rosary in my practice from time to time. My grandmother was a Catholic oracle reader, hobbyist oracle reader. She didn't do it for a profession. That's incredible. That's amazing. And to have something that means so much to you, like family-wise, to use in your practice, that's so cool. That's the thing. It's like, the shoe doesn't have to fit. You know, like, it's like people who say that anyone who works with baneful magic is an awful person and they aren't practicing their witchcraft. And it's like, okay, well, that's fine, but like, that doesn't mean that everyone has to stand by your moral code. You know, everyone is different. And yeah, like, that's the thing. Loads and loads of different cultures and religions and belief systems around the world have their own unique way of dropping into meditation, mind calming, of counting chants or prayers, or, you know, I don't know why witchcraft couldn't be any different anyway. So, good for you for doing your own thing. I like it. I really like it. Let's have a look. What do we have here? I'm somewhere over here. Oh, my friend tells me that I need to be more grounded, but I really do not want to connect to a Mother Earth archetype. That kind of energy is just intimidating. Is there an alternative? Well, you could just ground, which is probably the easiest option of all of them, actually. If you need your energy to be more grounded, then literally energetically ground. I think that could be just an easy bypass for all of this. You don't need to be working with any kind of deity or anything. Just root yourself into the earth energetically. You can do it physically as well. Like, physically put your toes on the dirt or put your hands in the dirt and do it that way. If you want to work with some kind of figure, you might want to work with plants or trees or maybe nature spirits if you wanted to do it that way. But you don't have to be working with anything to be more grounded. It could just be a case of just grounding yourself into the earth. Do you center or ground or do anything special before you pull a card out of your tarot or oracle deck? For me, I will do specific shuffles. So it depends on who I'm reading for. If I'm reading for myself, I use my birth number. If I'm reading for someone else, I will use their birth number. So I shuffle that amount of times. I cut the deck and shuffle. So I cut the deck, shuffle. Say, if someone's birth number is, say, 3. Cut the deck, shuffle 3 times. Cut the deck again, shuffle 3 times. Cut the deck again, shuffle 3 more times. Yes, that's 3 and 3. And then I would do that reading. Or if someone's birth number is 9, I would do the same thing. Is it time consuming? Maybe. Yes. Is it useful though for attaching that energy onto someone else who isn't you? Yes. So I will often do readings for friends, family, myself. Like, they aren't there, but I will do readings just to make sure everything's okay. And it's just an easy way of doing it. All you need is their full date of birth. Like, all of it, not just the first bit, all of it. So that you can, so let's say someone is born on, I'm actually going to have to write this out because my memory is so bad. The 15th of January, 1976. You would then add the 1, the 5, the 1, the 9, the 7, the 6 together. Am I doing this via Google because my brain is not processing? So you would add all of those numbers together. See if I can get this to work like that. And you get 30. So then your birth number would be 3. And that way you can attach that working onto that person by working with their birth number. It's quite useful in that regard. So it's time consuming. That's the only downside I'll have to it. It is pretty time consuming, especially when someone's number is 9. That like, it takes way longer. Right, where was I? I was here. Ooh, could you post a list of your favourite books that are no longer in print? Not a full video, just a list to be on the lookout for. I mean, maybe, yeah. I will give it a go and have a look and see. The thing is, a lot of them maybe might be out of print in the edition that I have, but they might not be completely out of print, so I'll have a look. But a lot of the books are like, do I actually have any here that would be good examples? Maybe not. But yeah, I'll have a look and see, because some of them are so hard to find. So hard. I found, and they're usually, I'll warn you, if you want out of print books, expect to be paying, you don't want to know how much I've paid for some of the books in my collection. You don't want to know. I justify it because I do this for a job. Yeah, a lot. So just have to kind of bear in mind that if you do want out of print books, they usually have a very large price tag on them. Have you seen the Colour Your Deck tarot cards? I found some at half-price books here in the US. I'm obsessed. It's such a cool way to connect with your deck. Oh, that is a really interesting thing. I am... Okay. I have questions. So, with the Rider-Waite-Smith deck, which I found, let me actually just Google this. Would this be the Rider-Waite-Smith? Colour Your... Let's have a look. Let's see if I can find what it is. Colour Your Own Tarot. Oh, there's quite a few different ones. Yeah, they're the Rider-Waite-Smith system. A lot of them. Yeah, okay. So, I think it's a really good idea to connect with a deck in that way. I'm gonna sound like such a party pooper right now, and I'm really sorry. I just feel like I need to throw it out there. The Rider-Waite-Smith deck is full of symbolism, and that is both in numerology and also in colour. And so ultimately it depends on what you want to resonate with. If you can obviously colour it to match the original deck, if you do want to stick with the colour correspondence, you might decide that colour correspondence just isn't important to you and you might just want to colour it however you see fit. But I do think it's something just to know if you are interested in tarot in general. The Rider-Waite-Smith deck the colours are significant, and so it's something you might want to add into your decks if it's something that maybe intrigues you. Try looking into the colours of the cards that you're pulling out and see what you're getting. The exceptions are decks like this one, for instance, because this is just gold, white and black. A lot of that association is kind of lost in an alternative non-Rider-Waite-Smith deck. Okay, let's have a look. I'm really confused about this question, right? I'm really confused, and I'm hoping that someone is going to be able to enlighten me on this. Do you know what is the substance of the cup? Does it have poison or bodily fluids in it? I feel like I'm missing context. I feel like I'm missing massive context. Seriously? You're finding it harder to get occult books in England? I'm really surprised by that. I suppose it depends on the kind of books that you like, though, I guess, because some publishers are more easy to access here than they are elsewhere. Yeah, I am not sure what it means about the cup. So if anyone has any inspiration or information about that, let me know. Have you heard of a book called The Solitary Wicca Guide by Rowan Morgana? That sounds ghostwritten. I will double check though. I've not heard of it personally, but let's have a look. The Solitary Wicca Guide. What was the surname again? Rowan Morgana. Could be a taken name, could be a ghostwriter. Let's have a look, see. Solitary Wicca Guide. Interesting. Real person. I think, unless they've stolen the photo. Let's have a look. This is my process, by the way, for every single book that I look at. Is like I fully like go into this and like see if I could understand the person a little bit more. Let's have a look, see. Everything's been published fairly quickly, which is a little concerning, but they do have a website, which massively helps. Okay, I suspect this is probably one of those where several books have been like in the works for many years and then they've been published in fairly quick succession. That's not unheard of. That's pretty common. Now, do I think it would be good? Ultimately, it's going to depend on what it is that you want to work with. If you want witchcraft, maybe not. If you want Wicca, potentially. So deities, guidance, drawing on organic power, embracing the elements, set up an altar, and over 100 spells to improve your magical life. Recipes, charms, and potions to share with others. Wicca's history. So yeah, I mean, it looks fine. I can't say anything bad about it because I've not personally read it. But if you are wanting like a proper deep diving book onto, say, witchcraft, I would avoid. If you are wanting something that is probably more in depth into the history of Wicca and like the different branches of it, I would probably avoid. If you want something that is a general beginner book that contains a lot of additional spells and rituals that you can work with, it could be a good book. As has just been mentioned here, you might find that there are older works that are better, such as Wicca, A Guide for the Solitary Practitioner by Scott Cunningham, which I have in my own collection, and it is very good. It's an older form of Wicca than you would potentially find today. Wicca has changed so much since Scott Cunningham's death. And so, yeah, I'm not sure. It looks like it's got decent reviews. It's not ghostwritten, which is a really, really great start. People are giving it really good reviews. It's just what the basis of those reviews is, you know, because some people, if it's the first if it's the first book they've ever read on the subject, that's going to sway how much they like it based on whether it's the 50th. but it's affordable, it's accessible. If it's a path that you're interested in, then it could be something interesting to add to the collection. Okay, let's have a look-see. Have you ever tried a new magical or occult practice that scared you away from continuing? No. And I think that that's probably because my bad experiences have never come from, like, the things I've done. They're just things I end up happening. Does that make sense? I just happen upon things rather than purposefully, like, I don't like practice something and then go, oh my god, that was really scary, I wish I'd never done that, or anything like that. Instead it's like, oh yeah, I walked like way too close to a territory of a spirit that I didn't know was there, and now I'm suffering the consequences. Or it's, oh, I went to deal with a spirit in a house and now I've been overlaid and I can feel all of the thoughts and feelings of a spirit that has really negative intentions, and this is really unpleasant. It never made me like never want to do it ever again, because if anything, all of the situations that I've gotten into have been entirely accidentally inflicted upon myself, and therefore I've never been scared away from anything yet. There's still time. We'll see. How do I invoke the Greek god Hades? Don't. And that is because if you have to ask how to invoke, I would not recommend invoking. I would say probably better off, if you're going to do anything, evoke, don't invoke, till you know kind of where to go from there. So, what am I doing? What am I saying? Words? I just had a complete brain fart moment where I completely forgot what I was doing. So invoking is taking a spirit into yourself, which is risky business. It's not safe at all unless you know how to get yourself out of it and you know what it is that you're dealing with. And so if you're going to call upon anything, I would recommend evoking rather than invoking. So you are calling them into a space rather than into your body. Means you've got a little bit more of a control over the situation than having your body taken over by something that you maybe don't entirely trust or know. And when it comes to working with, you'd want to start building up a connection by maybe making an altar, maybe making a space where you can call upon them, request their aid, leave offerings, work with them on a one-on-one basis, maybe do some tarot reading, some divination of some kind to kind of build a connection over time. I wouldn't necessarily go straight in with invoking because that can lead to some nasty business. Not always, I don't want to scare anyone too much, but you need to really know how to deal with that situation if it goes wrong and trust what it is that you're working with, who it is that you're working with intrinsically. Right. One thing I'm discovering more and more on live streams. None of you that are in the chat, by the way. I want to make it really clear. I'm not referring to anyone that's currently in the chat. Some people have absolutely zero patience and will just be like, you're meant to answer my question. Why aren't you answering it? Answer it now. Answer it now. Answer it now. Here, I'm going to post it 15 times in a row. You have to answer it. And I'll be honest, there is a little part of me. There's a tiny part of me that goes, I kind of don't want to answer it at all now. And I know I shouldn't. I know I should be a good person and I should answer them all. But sometimes it's like, this makes me not want to answer it. I already have, by the way. I wouldn't hold that over someone. It's more just the patience in some people, I think, is severely lacking. Oh, wait. I I think this cup question has just gotten very, very confused. Okay, I get it now. So this is kind of extra context. So the cup is an important symbol in witchcraft. Do you know anything about it? What's it made of? Does it have bodily fluids in the mixture? Why does this to me scream someone who is outside of the witchcraft tradition? I don't mean that in a derogatory way either. I mean it in a... These are the kind of misconceptions that I see a lot in people outside of the craft, especially people who maybe come from a Christian background where the cup or goblet that's found is often filled with wine. And that is like the default thing, is that it's always filled with wine or juice of some kind. But the chalice in witchcraft is more of a symbol. It's not necessarily filled with anything. And that is the great thing about it. Like, it is very, very flexible. So it can be filled with alcohol to give offerings to spirits. It can be filled with water to give offerings to ancestors as well, to the land. It can be filled with water to represent the water element. It can be filled with mead during celebrations after the event. I get it now. Like, I understand the question now. It completely threw me to start off with. You're unlikely to find the chalice being used for bodily fluids, because usually those chalices are used for drinking from. And so usually it could be mead, it could be wine, it could be alcohol for offerings, it could be water, it could be any number of different things. Now, of course, that's not to discount that some people maybe would use it for bodily fluids, if that is part of their practice, but it isn't necessarily a guarantee that that's going to happen. I would say that that's probably in the minority rather than the majority. And I think that this might be a bit of confusion with like the crossover between Abrahamic faiths and paganism and witchcraft, because while in the Christian faith it's usually one set thing that is used to be represented in that cup, in witchcraft it can be any number of different things, even down to the fact that in some spells and rituals the cup doesn't have to have anything in it. I mean, in Wiccan ceremony sometimes you'll have the athame being lowered into the chalice or the cup, and sometimes it will have water or liquid in it, but a lot of the time it is a symbolic union between the phallic masculine and the bulbous is the wrong word, but the womb-like feminine, you know, like that kind of symbolism. Now, that's not going to vibe with everyone, and I completely understand that, but it is considered that union between the masculine energy and the feminine energy, and it's used in a ritualistic sense. So the cup can be used in many, many different ways, depending on your practice, your tradition, your style of practice, all of that kind of stuff. But yeah, usually no bodily fluids. That is an individual basis, however. Let's have a look. See, your hair looks gorgeous today. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. I found a curling iron and now I'm absolutely obsessed. Like, it might become a problem. Let's have a look. See. How do you think a person can avoid becoming a ghost after death? That is unfortunately something I don't think any of us are going to know. I know that a lot of the spirits that I encounter that are human dead either don't know that they're dead, they died a very traumatic death, or they have things that they don't want to let go of, so they don't. And yet there are many, many people who don't go on to become ghosts. So I think it's one of those where it's going to entirely depend on what happens afterwards. It's like, what comes next? It's that question that no one can answer. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you so, so much for your continued amazing support. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. I'm not going to get upset again. I'm not. It's good. Do you think servitors and spells we create can go on after we die? Oh, they do. Definitely. Which can be a massive problem. Yeah, so if you have a servitor that has been programmed to gain energy from external sources that don't involve you, they can and will continue afterwards. And they have been such a massive problem for so many people who then have to deal with the servitors of people who've passed on, because you often don't know how that servitor was created. So unless you can find the way that they use that servitor like the way they created it, you're going to have a really blooming hard time dealing with it, which is why I typically recommend, if you're going to create a server, to make sure that you have a fail safe in there for if you pass on, do you have a time limit for when that servitor will self-destruct, this kind of thing, to make sure that it isn't sticking around afterwards, because they can become absolute nuisances. They can become energy vampires, they can become the pains in everyone's arses, and so yeah, very useful. Okay. Where am I? I am... I would love to know more about UK folklore, the traditions and stories. Would you do a video series? Do you have any YouTube suggestions? Okay, I'm just going to throw this out there. I have a podcast that is currently on pause because I'm scripting more videos, that is available on my channel, actually. There is loads of different stories from folklore, British legends, that kind of thing, that could be interesting if you are interested in that kind of thing. So we have things like the Green Children of Woolpit, we have Mermaids in the Peak District, we have the Giants of the Giant's Causeway. Like, there's quite a few videos up from season 1, but I am currently trying to script. I've ended up biting off more than I can chew, and I've ended up with too much work to be able to get done. So I'm slowly kind of scripting future videos for new seasons. Fingers crossed. Maybe. Hopefully. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Okay, let's have a look. I don't know where I am because it has changed again. I'm so confused by the way that this YouTube chat is working. Huh? So I had questions I'd already answered, questions I hadn't answered, questions I'd already answered again. What on earth is it doing? Oh no, I think we broke chat again. I think we actually did some real damage to chat tonight. Oh no. Is it possible to perform a cord cutting on someone who has already died? Yes, definitely. And actually that's a really effective way of doing this, because there's no way of that energy reattaching again. So it, yes, can definitely be done, is very useful. Do you have any suggestions for practitioners who suffer with anxiety or OCD? I often worry that my intrusive thoughts will throw off a spell. Try to as someone with both OCD and generalized anxiety disorder, I'm saying this from personal experience, try to focus your intention on something else. I often find that my OCD will be attached onto one thing at any given moment, and it will be obsessive on that one thing. It could be hand washing, it could be did I lock the front door, it could be this, that and the other. Anything possible, honestly. My OCD is bounced from so many other things that I tend to find that if you give it something else to focus on temporarily, that massively helps. And generally I have just done a whole shit ton of therapy. Is the only way I've managed to get where I am now, is trying to focus on something else. Do not allow myself to spiral into that worry. Being able to sit in discomfort is the biggest piece of advice I've ever been given by any therapist ever, and I've been to so many of them. Is OCD is fueled by obsessive observation, whether that is like washing hands repeatedly. Like, I used to do this. Like, people always ask, right? And I'm gonna let you all in on a secret. So if you ever see a comment about it, you can tell them to go away because they're not very nice. People will often say to me, "Oh, Hearth, why are your hands orange? Why are your hands red?" Just to make sure people don't feel alone. I washed my hands so badly when my OCD was really, really bad that I actually have a line on my wrist, and everything above that line is kind of an orange colour because I wash my hands so much that I've damaged the skin on my hands. I know that might sound like a lot for some people, but I tried to be very open about this stuff because I know that if I'd been told that when I was struggling with stuff like this, it would have meant the world to me. Because it can feel really isolating and it can feel really alone. And the biggest piece of advice I ever got when I was struggling with all of this was be able to sit in discomfort. Because the more you check, the more you go, oh, I'll just wash my hands one more time and then it'll go away. Okay, well, one more time and then it'll go away. And it never does. But when you start extending the amount of time that you can sit in that discomfort, that makes it really easy. Not really easy, but over time it becomes really easy to get comfortable sitting in discomfort. So for this, and I only mention this because I think it could be useful, is find something meaningful that you can do that will focus your thoughts, and you do it sparingly. So you put that energy, that anxiousness, that intrusiveness of all of these horrible thoughts, and you put it into something meaningful. So you, and we spoke about this earlier, is the direct it towards a tarot reading about that reading and focus all of your obsessive, intrusive thoughts onto that tarot reading. You might want to go for as long as it takes for you to feel comfortable, or do it a set amount. If you have a thing with numbers, for me, mine was always 3. Everything had to be 3 times. I had to turn on light switches 3 times. I had to check door handles 3 times. I had to lock everything 3 times. Turn the cards over in 3s. Do 3, 3, 3. Direct your focus onto that. And then as your rituals go on, make it that you, instead of doing 15 tarot readings for one working, you go for 14. You go for 13. You go for 12. And slowly but surely bring it down so that you are still directing that energy towards something, because I know from personal experience how hard it is. You cannot just turn it off. Like, it isn't something that you can just shut down, even though so many people will be like, oh, well, just stop thinking about it. Don't you think I would if I could? Like, I never understand people who have that mindset. They're like, oh, well, just stop washing your hands. Well, oh, thank you, Sandra. That sounds amazing. Apologies if anyone's called Sandra. I just pulled that out of thin air. Like, thank you. I never thought about doing that. Direct it to something else and have that be the thing that you focus on. So that's the best advice that I can give. I'm sorry if that was a lot for people who are maybe like not used to me talking about like mental health stuff, but I know that when I was really, really struggling, I would have wanted to hear someone else's experiences with it, because I felt so unbelievably alone in that circumstance. And I will be honest, I don't personally like the whole thing of like, oh, don't identify yourself with being ill, like don't talk about being ill and all this stuff, because it is like I was diagnosed with OCD in 2000 and something, like 2002, I think, something like that. It doesn't go away. It is something that sticks with you, and it's something that we have to work around, right? And I think if people in the community talk more about people struggling with OCD, with their ADHD, with obsessive things, I think it makes people who are new, who feel like, oh, I can't meditate because my ADHD is too bad, like I can't sit still, therefore I can't be a witch. Yes, you can. Of course you can. I know that the general consensus says that you can't, but you can. We all just have to find workarounds for our own like little nuances. We all have little quirks and we all have things, and I have a tendency to obsess over stuff because my OCD likes attaching onto different things, and you're in a constant battle with your own brain. But like, that's what makes us who we are. And I think if we can find our own little, like, some people will say to me like, oh, you shouldn't say that you're always going to have OCD, because then you're guaranteeing that you're always going to have OCD. And I'm like, at this point, 22 years later, I think that I'd already know that. My OCD is not going to suddenly go away because I wish for it to go away. I mean, I truly wish it was that easy. Wouldn't that be great if we were struggling with OCD and we could just wish it away? But yeah, I know it's a lot for some people to talk about, so I apologise if this has been a bit over much for some people. But I've never been ashamed of my OCD, even though people will try to do it. So if you ever look at me in a video and you go, oh, Hearth, your hands in that lighting look particularly orange, now you know why. how 15 years of obsessive hand washing will do that to someone. But yeah, that's the thing. We have to train our inner demons to be useful, and it is about if we can direct that obsessiveness into something that's practical and useful for us. That's one of the ways that we can start helping improving it for ourselves. So instead of how do I describe it? If you're like obsessively thinking about the success of your working and that becomes all consuming to you, you're then not living your life in an effective way. And I say this as someone who, I mean, my OCD was so bad that I couldn't touch anything. I would hold my hands in the air. I couldn't touch my own hair. I couldn't touch my face. I couldn't touch my clothes. I couldn't touch anything without washing my hands like obsessively. And that I then had to channel it into something else, try like sitting with the discomfort, but still managing the OCD. And that's why I think like if you can maybe do tarot reading or do some reading when it gets really, really bad, like try to sit with it for as long as you possibly can. And when you feel like you can't do it anymore, do a reading. And then try to whittle it down as time goes on to reduce it. I hope that helps someone. Because I know that it can feel incredibly isolating when we are in a practice that does not typically accommodate alteration. Let's put it that way. I think a lot of people feel like they can't practice because they can't sit still with their ADHD. Like, I mean, my ex was a great example. He wasn't a practitioner, but he had such intense OCD, and he owns it. It's him, it's who he is. He couldn't sit still. If he was having a conversation with you, he was pacing backwards and forwards, practically wearing a hole in the floor because he couldn't sit still. But if he wanted to, not that he would, because he wasn't interested in any of it, if he wanted to, he could still practice. He'd just have to make adjustments, like little tweaks and adjustments to make it work for him. And like exactly. That's exactly it. The neon cicada. I've seen that word said, but I've heard that word said, but I've never seen it written. I've learned that just because we still struggle does not mean we are lesser witches or less valid. Yes, that. Just because we have OCD or anxiety or depression, or you have to not practice for months on end because your pain has flared up, or you have chronic pain conditions, maybe you have fibromyalgia, maybe you have disabilities, maybe you are physically just unable to work, maybe you're mentally unable to do your work, maybe anything, maybe you just have chronic fatigue or whatever it might be. It doesn't make you less of a practitioner if you have to make allowances for your differences. And that's what always, it bothers me about certain segments of the community, not all, definitely not all, but some that say that you have to do things in this way or it won't work. I'm like, that's not true. That's not true. You can make allowances if you, for instance, only have one arm, just as an example here. You aren't less of an energy worker because you have to use your left arm instead of your right. Like, who cares about giving energy, receiving hands, giving hands? Like, if you have to change something to suit you and it works for you, that's all that matters. Like, witchcraft is a success-based practice. We work it because it works. And when it doesn't work, we change it and we make it work for us. And so, like, people is the only thing I can say for that, because there are so many adaptations that you can make in witchcraft. There's so many things that people deal with and struggle with. And I think that the ideal of perfect in witchcraft is a fallacy. We are never going to have a practice that looks like it did a couple hundred years ago, because we don't live a couple hundred years ago. And we're never going to have a practice that looks like it does on social media, because I can guarantee you that 50-second TikTok with 15 different camera angles with the most perfect altar space did not look like that without a whole bunch of unnecessary work. And yeah, we have to give ourselves grace. Exactly, Scribble Wizard. I'm getting better at saying it quickly now. But yeah, It's a dense topic, but I do think it's an important topic. So, moving on. Is there a witchcraft tool you have never used? Yes. Yeah, definitely. I'm thinking of like the list of them that I've never used. So, I've never used a sword. That's a big one actually for like in group practice. Often the sword is a switch around for anathema. I've never used a sword. What else have I never used? I've never used a staff in a ritual. I have a staff. I've never used it in a ritual because I've never been in a space big enough to use it. What else have I never used? I think those are the two big ones, mainly. Or a staff. A stang I kind of throw in there with a staff. And a sword. Because I'm not carrying a sword out to a field. I will probably be arrested. So I would never even consider doing that. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah, this one is immediately a no, and I mean that in like a really nice way. Is it dangerous for the baby to do rituals or meditations whilst being pregnant? No. I think that the determining factor here is how protected you are. Is that if you are not protected yourself, then you run the risk yourself of being in danger when you do spells and rituals, depending on what it is that you're doing. So I'd say as long as you have protections, you shouldn't have much of a problem at all. Okay, let me have a look-see, see if there's anything else. Can you use a seashell as an energy battery? Yes. I would say it's not going to be able to hold too much energy, but you can definitely use it. Are you ever afraid a viewer will visit you astrally? Afraid? No. I think they'd probably get a shock. Probably. But I don't see much point in being afraid of things magically. Cautious, yes. Tentative, of course. Apprehensive, maybe. But never afraid. Because I think that then clouds your judgment as to what happens next. What are your thoughts on psalm magic? Incredibly powerful. And I mean, they say that the Bible is the largest spell book in the world. And so I think for people who believe in it, and for people who put stock in it, I think it can be incredibly powerful and effective. And it's used by many, many thousands, hundreds of thousands of people all over the world every single day. And if it works, then that's a pretty darn powerful thing. Okay. I am very, very hungry. And it's very, very late. It's 10 past 12-ish. So I think I'm going to wrap the live stream up for tonight. And yeah, thank you so much everyone for joining me, for watching. If you have enjoyed the stream, please give it a like. It would mean a lot to me, like genuinely. The community means a lot to me in general. So thank you everyone. If you've been lurking, thank you for being here. If you've been chatting with me, thank you so much for being here. If you've donated, as always, thank you so much. It allows me to keep doing what I'm passionate about. And that's the goal, isn't it, in life, to be able to do what you're passionate about. So thank you so much. I have another video coming out next week. I'm not sure yet what it's going to be on. My plans kind of got thrown through a loop, so I'm going to have to rejig what I'm going to be doing. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. If you enjoy the content and you've never been here before, feel free to like the video and subscribe. I do live streams every single month. So the next one is probably, if I can get my calendar up, which doesn't seem to be working right now, it's usually the 3rd week of the month, usually. So it's probably going to be about the 20th-ish of January, but I will obviously double check and make sure. So yes, thank you so much. I hope you had an enjoyable evening at the very least. I very much enjoyed your company. I hope you're all staying safe. I hope you have a marvelous magical day, and I will see you in the next video. Okay, bye! And outro. Boom.